Hey Steve, how are you doing tonight? I have Restream running tonight. I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch as a test. Hopefully that doesn't make the delay that much worse. I might be able to change my Twitch settings to reduce the delay, but we'll just try it out tonight and see if it's noticeably worse. Okay, so I'm doing okay. I wish I slept more. That's why this stream is a little bit later, because I'm like, oh, let me try to sleep a little bit, and I tried to, but didn't work out that well. I fell asleep for like 5 minutes and couldn't sleep anymore. But other than that, not too bad. If I get sleepy, I'll just cut the stream shorter, that's all. But we're going to be focusing on mostly Easter stuff. Hopefully not too intense programming stuff. Probably a lot of modeling and designing, and then a little bit of programming. One of the things that I want to do is I want to have the updating of the player better, like for costumes and stuff, because I'm just gonna add bunny ears, and maybe like a bunny nose thing you can add to your player. So I'm gonna mess around with a little bit of the code for the player appearance. So I'm gonna open up my animal file, then my I think the player is it's like a class player, I think. Yeah, okay, so we have a player class, and then I want to see how I'm doing the stuff for how the appearance looks. I think I have an object called like dot appearance on the player. Matter of fact, if we go into this little shit, we don't need that, do we? No, we don't. That's from yesterday. So if I just type in game.world.player, I think it's appearance. Yeah. Maybe not. Or I'm just supposed to be using that, but I'm not yet. Let's see if I like .hat. Okay. Clothing. Shirt. I do have a shirt, but it's not the right thing anyway. But I probably want to have it all under appearance or something like that. But what are we actually using? That's for the NPC. Okay, so if things are not defined, we're defaulting what the player is, which is Explorer pants, Explorer boots, sergeant hair, Explorer shirt, Explorer hat, face. So that's just what the default value is. But in theory, we should be able to just set these values to something that will be valid, and then just need a way to rebuffer the model. I don't know what I need to call. Maybe just .create model. I guess that would work. Yeah, that might work. So as a test, if I have the player appearance, and like, let's do the pants, I guess. I think that's what we have it set as, right? Yeah, pants. And let's just set it to cube as a test. Whoops, cube. And then I just want to call the create model function. See if that works. Oops, because I did dot appearance. I want player.create model. Okay, we have some issues. So why is that? Because those individual things, do they need their own animations? Yeah, maybe they do. Maybe they need to be set as clothing. So if I look at this model, I probably have a Boolean on there that says animate clothing on it. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Did I break the tab? Yeah, I did. Okay, I just want to test this out with something. I'm going to Blender. I can make something real quick for cube, and as long as we do animate clothing on it, it'll work. We also don't want indices on it right now. It's kind of annoying, but I guess it's fine. You know what, let's just make some bunny ears. and have that be the testing thing that's going to work with this. Two things open in Blender. I don't need either of these open. Guess I'll save that. Okay. And then we have some sort of file, but I gotta find it for the new character. Hopefully that's not too much of a pain in the ass to find. Maybe instead of looking through here, I should look through the Dropbox folder. I've redone the character so many times, and then I have a bunch of shit that doesn't belong in here. Just search new with it. Player new.blend. Let's see if that looks right. No, see, that's the old one. But I may have like 2019 on it or 2020 or something different about it. Let's see if anything says 2019. That for leaves. Could be character. Could be okay. We have something called character new engine. But that's probably not the right thing either. Remember this model, guys? Even though it doesn't have the right textures on it. But remember that? Fuck, I don't know what it's called. Hey, there's the correct textures on that old model. Missed that little guy. I don't even know if I'm calling it character or NPC or human or what. And also don't know for sure it's under that folder, just somewhere in Dropbox. It's not human. Let's try player. Player new 2019. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, here we go. That looks correct. Hopefully. Which means we should have an animation thing. I'll disable those for now. I don't know what's going on with that hair. I think it's like a texture thing that causes that. But I want to see, not that it really matters, but we should have an extra layer somewhere for animations, just to see if I have the right file open. Again, it doesn't really matter. I just wanted to know where it is. But perhaps it's not this folder. Or this file, rather. Oh, okay. Body rig. It's probably these. I don't see them, though. Is it that? Maybe. It needs to be a higher okay, yeah, maybe that is that. I need to improve that rig. Also, rig may not be the best term, but that's the term I'm using. So I need to improve that, but that's okay. Let's put a face on this. One of my faces should work somewhere. Really needs to be reorganized this Blender file, but looks like I find something that says face in some form. Okay, this one's face. Yeah, that'll work. This pink hair thing is annoying me, so I'll try to fix that real quick. It's probably just doesn't have the right texture on it, and Blender makes things pink when you do that. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Let's go to default. I also should probably make this a new, let's name this 2020. And let's move it up a folder, I guess. Sure. Okay. The hair is maybe that color because I made it white. So, oh no, it's still fucked up. UV editing, right? Grab all of this. Let's have it work on a texture that we know exists. So that was materials.png. Okay, let's see if this works now. Default, yeah, okay. It's a bit better. It's kind of a shitty color, but it's a bit better. All right, so I just want to model some bunny ears. Now my rig should account for this better, but I think it'll work just fine, hopefully. We'll see. Basically, I'll try to explain it the best I can. I'm doing kind of a shit code way of doing this, a hacky way of doing this, but we have what I'm calling a rig, probably not the right term, this guy here, which is a higher poly mesh, a higher fidelity mesh. Make a little bunny that sits on player shoulders. Good idea. I will write that down. I definitely just want to do the ears first. Just have something working that's easy, but let's go to my notes. And we'll have, I guess, another second for clothing type things. Maybe appearance, maybe accessories, whatever. But I'll just write it as clothing if I can type. Okay, and that was Devoid's idea. It's a bit harder for me to copy because I'm using the restream chat so I don't miss anything if anybody happens to say something on YouTube, which they probably won't. But thank you for that idea. Okay, so now if we go back into here. All right, so I was explaining the rig. So the way I'm doing this basically is we have a much higher poly count model to base off of, and then our lower poly things are looking at the rig, our high poly rig, and finding what vertices are near it, because we're only animating the rig. Everything else, all the low poly stuff, is just a static mesh, and then we're looking at what's closest to the rig and trying to follow the rig. But the reason why this might not work great with like bunny ears is the rig itself. What we should be doing is having a bunch of different layers account for a bunch of different things. So if we had a tall hat on, there should be vertices all the way up here for the rig as well. And just a bunch of different things with that, but I don't have that yet. It's easy enough to add later on, so it's not a big deal, but just something that might look a little bit funny. All right, so I want to make a new object somehow. So I want to create an object mode, and then I guess I'll start with a cube, cylinder, I guess a cube. And this is all in a weird location, but that's okay, I guess. It's not really the best. Hold on. Let me reset my 3D cursor location and then create a cube. Okay, that's better. Much better. All right, and then I should probably do a mirror modifier on this. I guess I will. Let's see if that worked. Yep. All right, so we will work with this and try to make some funny looking bunny ears that hopefully are not too terrible. Maybe I should be using Google for some references so I don't make this look too terrible. Whoops. How many do I want? Let's do that. That's okay. Let's bring these vertices up as well. Do you have emotes in this game? No. I don't know exactly what you mean by emotes. But do you just mean like being able to change the player's face emotion? Because it's something I plan on doing. So basically we'll just swap out like the mouth model and the eye model to show some sort of emotion. All right, I want to go into coloring them real quick as well. So if I do this and go texture, okay, that's good. I have my colors there. And then vertex paint. I want the inside to be a little pink. And then if I go into object mode, okay. So that's the idea. It needs a little bit more work still, but that's the idea of what I'm going after here. Like wave dance. I mean, I guess we could do it. I don't have it yet. But it'd just be, you know, making an animation, no different than having our idle animation or our walking animation. I still don't even have a swim animation, which we need. But yeah, that's something we can probably do. Wave would be a nice one. Dance would be good too. I want to be able to see my colors while I'm editing this, and I don't know why I don't see them. What's up with that? What am I doing wrong? What am I forgetting to do in Blender? Doesn't really matter, I don't need to see it, but it'd be kind of nice. Since I started to rotate these, I really shouldn't have done that yet because I want to make some changes to this that now won't be so mathematically correct, but whatever. I can try to do this off of the normal, but it's probably not going to work out. Gimbal? No. It's okay. It doesn't need to be mathematically correct right now. I'll just kind of let it be a little shit. I don't know why I can't see the colors though. It's a bit annoying. Whoops. Can I have another loop cut here? Yeah, okay, that might be good. It might be adding a little bit of unnecessary detail though. Doesn't really need that. Because you're not going to look at it that close in the game probably. But it was kind of bothering me that that was so sharp. I'll do a limited dissolve on this in the end, and that might get rid of some of the extra vertices that we don't really need. Maybe I should make one like flop over or something. I don't know. We could have different versions of this too. Also, they might be a little bit too far apart, maybe? Where should those be placed exactly? A little bit closer. All right, I'm not super happy with the vertex colors yet. I want to add some sort of like gradient to the white part. Oh, probably the pink part too. Let's do the pink part first. But I'm not sure how I want to do it. It's annoying that it's behind the vertices, so it's a bit harder to select, but something like that. So we have that gradient if I go into object mode. Kind of like that. I don't know if I like the color that I chose for that though. Oh, that makes things a little bit easier. I want the center ones to be a little bit darker, I think. Was that a good idea? Maybe. Maybe a little bit too dark. Yeah, it's a bit weird looking. Once I triangulate them and stuff, it might be a bit different. Also, ooh, I should do a limited dissolve first, probably. Yeah, let's do that because that's going to change how this is going to work. And then maybe even triangulate it. I don't know if I really want to triangulate it yet, but maybe. All right, let's try that again now. If we go into vertex paint, now I'll have much fewer options. Then I can recut the mesh how I want it. If I decide I need more detail with it, but I think I'm fine with that gradient. Then here I want to have, I guess, like an off-white creamy color. So I'm going to use, I guess, on the inside, and this is why maybe I shouldn't have triangulated it yet, but it's not a big deal. Okay, let's try it. Whoops. Try this color like maybe that. It's a bit too dark though. Just want like a little just not perfectly white color. Maybe that. Let's make a darker version for the bottom. Whoops. Let's see how that looks. Other than that one face that I somehow missed. Ooh, and there's that weird shit going on there. I guess that's the way my camera was turned, I guess. But that's not terrible. Just need to fix little details with this. I could also do some texturing on it, but I guess it needs to use the materials texture because it's all one draw call. But that's fine. Vertex paint. Okay, so let's fix that one, and then this one's fucked up. Still might be something fucked up with that. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know what I did wrong there. Other than that one face. Let's just zoom out and see what that looks like. I don't know. It's okay. I'll put it in the game. We could always improve it later on, but just okay. Maybe I should make them a bit more 3D on this axis. Maybe. And then like some of these points that are super close to each other we can get rid of because, you know, we don't need that level of resolution. Yeah, there's something weird. What the fuck is this? That is the inside one, isn't it? Oh, yep. I knew I was clipping those. I just didn't think I'd be able to see it. I was wrong. In theory, if I have back faces turned off, you wouldn't see it anyway. But let's just have them modeled correctly. No, that's not the full issue though. But that might have been what prevents me from selecting the right vertice, maybe? Oh, let's see, texture. It would be really nice if I could see the right colors, but for some reason, I don't know how to do that while I'm editing it in vertex mode. Is that the inside or outside? That's the outside. So that is probably where I fucked that up. Okay, now let's try this. So now if I go back to vertex paint, now I can hopefully at least select that to paint it, which I think I will be. Yes, okay. So I think this is 60 triangles, which is probably overkill, and I can probably get rid of 1,000,000 of these. Let's just call this bunny ears. Okay. Let's look at the whole thing in object mode. It's okay. It's just okay. Maybe I should have some sort of like white band that goes around to make it a little bit more realistic, so it's not just like stuck in your head. And that might look a little bit cuter too. Might be a little bit weird though, because with different haircuts, it's going to do like weird clipping. Let's see though. If I just had, I kind of want to grab the shape of the head to do this. How do I grab this mesh? Like I basically want to copy paste it into another object. Can I do that? I don't think I can do that so super easily. No. I guess if I duplicate it, then I can merge it. So if I did, I think this would, yeah, grab the whole object. That works. So I'm going to grab it and then translate it up an amount. Let's translate it up a fair amount so I have room to see what's happening. And then I want to like select both of these objects, and I think it's like Control J or something. Does that join them? Is it just J? Shift J? Maybe it's not J. Control Shift J. How do I merge it? How do I like join these, right? Maybe I did that work? Oh, that did work. I just didn't know what I was doing. Okay. So let's grab this. I'm going to scale it up a bit, but that needs to scale from 0. It's been annoying that it has to do that. If I move my point up a little bit, I guess that'd be better. What axis is up? It's this one, right? I think, but I don't see the 3 cursor moving, so maybe not. That should be the up axis, yeah. Well, that's annoying. Whatever. I'll just... Hold on, let's see. 3D cursor. Oh, it is moving up. It just... The scale is not what I expected, I guess. Okay, so now if we scale that, yeah, that makes a little bit more sense to me. And then we just want like this central line so we can get rid of most of this. Get rid of those vertices. Get rid of these vertices. Okay, so that leaves us with a nice little line that we can do something with. I don't think I want either of those. Probably don't even want these two, and probably a couple more I don't want as well, but one thing at a time. So if we just like extrude this out on this axis, that's good. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. And then we'll bring that down. Whoops. And we can try to connect it here. Well, I guess it could clip through as long as I was careful about how I did this band. Yeah, it'd be fine if it clipped. So actually what I could do, let's see if this works. I don't know how much I want to select, but maybe this amount. And if I just put a face on that, that could work, but we need one more down here. So I basically just need to, I guess, extrude this downwards, like something like that. And then if we just grab all the correct faces, put a face on this side, and then do the same thing on the other side. And then bring this forward. Something like that. And then if we look at this in, how do I want to be looking at this? I don't really know. Kind of like that, I guess. So if we brought this whole thing down, yeah, kind of like that, but then obviously it wraps around a little bit too far, but that's kind of what I was thinking. And maybe down a bit further. But again, it's going to be a bit funny with how it's going to clip with the hair, so I might not do it this way, but we'll see. Shit, that's annoying. I guess I'll just start merging certain areas. If we just merge these three, and then we do the same with these three, and then we brought that up. Is it the right axis? I think it is. Something kind of like that, and then that central one down over here, we brought down. Whoops. Kind of like that. I think I like the band more. It's just a bit more realistic. It makes a bit more sense. It needs to be colored, and the scale of it is probably a little bit weird. And then maybe I'll also try to split these so we can make it a little bit smoother, a little bit more round. Am I on orthographic? Yes. I don't know why I'm adding so much detail to this model, but you know what? That's actually probably better that I did that. We do need some sort of face connecting on the bottom. I need to add some sort of shading to this whole thing. How am I going to do this? That's the face, and then these are the face. Okay. That's better. And then let's look at this again, texture mode. Okay, let's vertex paint the band now. I definitely think I prefer the band than just floating ears. Before it was looking a bit weird. I should probably do like some limited dissolves and stuff on this before I do this, but let's just see what happens. kind of like that. Yeah, the bottom I'm gonna have on this one. We do those faces are completely hidden from me, but I'm gonna shit, that's annoying. Okay, that means I have to like bring this up or forward or something. Let's just bring it one unit up. Go to vertex paint and have it so it's on the outside. I actually did it on the outside on this one, but not the other one. So let's fix that. So the bottom I want to be pretty dark, and then we can have that fade. Whoops, that fade just on the top. Okay, so I'm happy with this, I think. At least to get imported into the game, and then we can, like, you know, edit it later on. It looks okay. It looks silly, but, you know, it's supposed to. One thing I want to test, though, is see what it looks like without the hair, because I'm kind of modeling based off this hair. So if, like, the player was more bald, it might, like, stick out really strangely. So if I can see what my hair is. Here we go. All right, that's not bad. Yeah, you know, that's not bad. If you had like a giant afro or something, it wouldn't work out as well. There'd be a lot of clipping and stuff, but that's okay with me. But I like that bunny thing here. Okay, so I kind of want to have one ear flop over too, but I'm not going to do that right now. I should merge some of the points that really don't matter, like these ones. Yeah, let's optimize this a little bit at least. There's also probably some faces that aren't being seen but are still there. But let's merge these ones. Whoops, what did I do? Merge, okay. I probably could even merge these ones, to be honest. This is 102 triangles, and I don't even think, well, let's do a limited dissolve. And make sure it doesn't mess up my colors. Why can't I see my colors? Does anybody know? I can see them in object mode, and I can see them in my vertex paint mode, but I can't see them in edit mode. What am I leaving off? What am I forgetting? It's weird. All right, well, I guess I'll just do a limited dissolve and then switch back to object mode. Okay, that's not bad. It's kind of a little weirdness there, but nobody's going to notice these details in game. We can probably even merge this one. Yeah. Nobody's ever going to miss that. Wonder if I merge this and this one, that would be okay. Probably. Although there might be some clipping now through here. Do I have my back faces on or off? Okay, back face going on currently. Now with it off. Okay, it doesn't look like it's fucking it up too badly. I can find a couple useless areas. I should find those. Also, if I apply my modifier and then do another limited dissolve, it would get rid of the middle seam for this. Doesn't really matter. I don't need to like over optimize this and spend forever on it. I definitely still think there's some faces on this that are never being seen that I can get rid of. Whoops. Yeah, I don't think this bottom face here is necessary. At the very least, I can just get rid of this right here. And if that is a face, yeah, that's a face. Get rid of that one as well. The awkward bit of that is that this is kind of stretched for no reason, but that's okay. What is that one? We don't need that. Let's have our backface culling off for right this second. Okay, that's not bad actually, doing it that way. I guess we're using most of these faces now. All right, let's look at that once more time in object mode, and then I'm going to export it and try to have it animate correctly on the player. And I might even be able to just paste it in console and not even have to refresh, I think. But I guess I will because I have it crashed right now anyway. Okay, so triangulate it. I'm going to just do one more limited dissolve just in case, and then make sure it didn't break anything. Looks okay. Okay. Oh, right. And then I need to triangulate it again. That's annoying. I shouldn't have done that. Wasn't thinking. Okay. And then we're going to export the PLY. Got all these settings right. And this is for our bunny ears. I don't know if I was like specifying something in the name. Not that it matters, it's just easier to find. But if I was organizing these in a certain way, like if I always said like player clothing or something, but I'm just going to call them bunny ears. .ply. And I fucked that up. Okay. Export PLY. Now if we go into our model convert tool, go into here, search bunny ears.ply. Okay, grab our positions and colors, and then Sublime, and then I'll just paste it, I guess about here. These will probably get organized better at some point in the future. Whoops, not Easter. Bunny ears, I'll just call it, right? But it would make sense in the future to have these probably be in some sort of different file, and then like instead of it just being a model, also have information about like what type of clothing it is. That way we know for the merchants, you know, who would be carrying those, like the hat merchants and clothing merchants, and then like how much they sell for, other just metadata about that object instead of just having a model. Also, maybe, yeah, I'd also have to have some sort of metadata specifying that it is, you know, an Easter object. That way the merchants and the NPCs know to wear those and sell those around Easter time. So all of that will need to be added. I could write some pseudocode real quick, like in the object that I'm not actually using, just saying like, you know, like the holiday or something like that. And then we could have like a constant .holiday.easter or something, you know, something like that. But I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, so let's change my player's appearance on the, whoops, god damn it, fucking Windows keyboard control shortcut stuff. Just made me press back in my browser when I was trying to select this text. Okay, but our hat is going to be bunny ears. Hopefully, if I'm doing this right, all I will have to do after this is just update the model, create the model. Yay, it works. Okay, that wasn't too difficult. So there we have that. I don't know if I'm saving appearance in the save data for the player. Obviously I should be. I could just do a refresh to find out real quick. And then I gotta wait for everything to load up. But I think I like how it looks in game. It's not that bad. Maybe the top white part I'm not super happy with. Maybe I should also have it come in different colors. So like the fur part of the bunny can be like brown or white. Right now I'm kind of doing a weird combination of the two. And maybe even like a pink one. Do all different things. But it looks decent. It's animating on the player seemingly mostly correct. I think like the more extreme the animation like deformation is, the more noticeable it'll be. But like technically what should be happening, like if I model this in Blender, these, when I'm walking, my body leans forward and the head leans forward a little bit. And the way I have the rig right now doesn't account for anything up here. So this part is still staying perfectly vertical, but then like this part would be bending forward. In fact, I think you could even see a little bit of weird wobble stuff going on with that. But all I have to do is update my rig in Blender, re-export it, and then it would be fine. Yeah, you can see it kind of like does a weird bend there. So it's animating okay, good enough, but that's just one of the things to be concerned about in the future, especially as we add crazier animations, not just something that's fairly vertical always. Okay, maybe I also want to have like a bunny nose type thing going on that you could put on your face, like little bunny nose with whiskers. I don't know. Bunny ears look good though. I'll probably edit them a million more times to make it like look exactly what I'm going for, but it's kind of cute. Okay, so with that done, what do I want to do next? Do I want to keep working on the character or add shit to spawn in the village? Should probably do add shit to spawn in the village. So let's do that. I'm gonna make a giant egg. So I don't know. I mean, there's not many people watching now anyway, so everybody probably is familiar with this. But you know, in the village at certain times of the year, like all these areas of like the yard and the buildings on their like facade and everything kind of decor depending on the holiday. So I'm gonna just have different types of Easter decor that can spawn here and on the buildings for, you know, April 1st to Easter, basically. Probably a little bit past Easter as well. Okay, so let's go create a giant Easter egg. That's what I want to do right now. So we're going to create either a UV sphere or an icosphere. UV sphere is probably better for this, yeah. So let's delete what's there. Let's create a UV sphere. I can start higher resolution than like bring it down, but I kind of want to start somewhere around with where I'm going to end up with it. Let's start with that, I guess. With that. And then add or remove as we need it. And then let's grab this section of the top, I suppose, and have a proportional distortion going on thing. Yeah, kind of like that. Until it looks a little bit egg-like. That's not bad. Maybe I should have grabbed just the top vertice and not the whole flat top. But you know what? That's not bad. And I could always manually grab this top vertice and then, like, you know, move just that one. Kind of like that. Bring it up just a tiny bit. I probably should have grabbed just that one, but that's okay. All right, so this is 216 triangles. It's a little bit too much. There's no need to have it be that much. Although, with that said, depending on how I decorate it, we do need kind of a lot. At the bottom, like all of these can probably be merged into one. And and then maybe brought down a little bit, probably. It could clip to the ground because pretty sure however I'm going to have these working in the game, you won't see that. There'll be a plane always cutting that off. I guess the one exception to that would be if I put it on a table. That wouldn't work out so well. Shit. For this one, depending how big it is, I wouldn't have it be placeable on a table anyway. Because it'd just be more than 1 unit large, and those things probably won't go on tables. It'll be like a more like 2x2 unit or 1.5 by 1.5 unit large object. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. And then let's call this like giant Easter egg or something. And then let's just do some stuff with just vertex paint, not even textures, just vertex paint. I could obviously do textures, and I could have circles spawn over in random areas and stuff. But if we just go do a simple one to start off with, where we just have like stripes on it, and see how that goes. I'll maybe base it off my loader one. Let's do vertex paint, and then I want to grab the colors from that loader. All right, this should work. Maybe I don't want the shadow on this while I'm doing this. Okay. Do I want the shadow on? No shadow for now. I just want to grab these colors. Hopefully Blender lets me easily paste that in. I think it will. So if I go into here, then hex, yeah. There we go. So I'll basically be copying that icon thing I made earlier. I'm gonna make it pretty damn similar to that. So we have yellow, then we have this blue color, and then I'll add some sort of baked in fake shading for it. And hopefully that won't be too difficult to achieve. Oh, whoops. Okay, and then we have our pink. I guess I want to do that amount. Kind of seems a bit weird. Maybe I'll distort it, move it around so the top piece is not so small. Or do a loop cut, but that's adding unnecessary vertices. Let's try it with just this and see how bad it looks. It might be okay. Again, not putting the right color in. Okay, and then we have green on top. So if I don't like the ratio of these, there's 2 things I can think of doing. But let's see the ratio. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Okay, let me just look at that real quick in object mode. We need the lighting off, shadeless. I think everything would be nice if there was a clipping plane on the bottom, but I think I like everything except the pink layer to the green layer ratio is too big, so bring down pink and make green bigger. An easy way, but kind of stupid way, would be just have a loop cut somewhere around here. But, oh, you know what? I can do that. This might work. Kind of. What if I did this and then I got rid of this face here? What is the thing in Blender where you can like, is it like dissolve this edge? Is that what it is? Dissolve edge maybe? Will that work though? Because then that probably won't work out well. If I dissolve these vertices, actually, that would maybe work. Yeah, let's try to. I want to like eliminate those vertices, but have the face remain in between it. If that makes any sense. Dissolve vertices. Maybe I have to do them kind of one at a time. Kinda. Maybe I do want to dissolve the edge, but then we're gonna have weird floating vertices, I think. I can do it this way, and I think it'll kind of work. Or just add a face in. Alright, you know what? Let's just add the face back in. There's probably a much better way to do this in Blender, but I'm not super comfortable with Blender. So this is the way I know how to do it. Am I doing that at the right height? Hold on. Did I do the right ones? Did I fuck this up? I don't think I did the right ones. By the way, loop select by double clicking or alt select. Okay, thank you. Ujin? Ujin? Alright, so let me try that out because I don't think I selected where I want to select anyway. So loop select by double clicking or alt select. So if I had this here, right? If I double click that, maybe not. Maybe with my C tool though, if my select tool, no. I have to check alt select. What would alt select be? My C tool? I don't understand. Loop select. Right, so I want to like select this whole loop, right? Well, how would it differentiate between vertical and horizontal anyway? Do I need to have like my edge selection on? I don't get it. What am I missing? Oh, maybe I have to have more than one on? That kind of would make sense. So it knows what direction to go in, but that doesn't seem to be working either. Oh, right mouse button? So if I, hold on. Alt right mouse button. Okay, that did work. Okay, I didn't know it was right mouse button. I guess select is right mouse, but oh. See, I didn't even know that. I'm so bad at Blender. I didn't even know you could just select the right mouse button. I always grab C or B and do like that kind of way to select. I had no idea. That's hilarious. How many years have I been using Blender? All right, but I want to have this scale a little bit better. So what was the one that I added? I added, right? So we had it. We have it at this scale. Hold on, let me undo all the shit that I'm doing. You don't have loop tool enabled. Well, I'm not using 2.8, so that could be part of the reason, maybe. But the alt right click works, so thank you for teaching me that. So, let's dissolve this for a second, because I gotta visualize where I want this. Yeah, so I want to dissolve this edge. I want to have it here. Let's have it in where I want it, which is somewhere like here. And then, okay, this is the reason I was doing this before. I want to have one here, and then I want to get rid of this loop here. But let's paint this so I don't forget what vertices I want to be what colors, because I already forgot the first time I tried this. Okay, so that's a much better ratio of colors. I just want to dissolve this edge here. So if I just did this, will this work? Dissolve edge. But that's not really going to work because we're still going to have that weird floating vertice. Maybe if I do the edges first and then do the vertices, that would work. Okay, so my alt right click, that works beautifully. Dissolve that edge. Oh, that actually just worked. Okay. I don't understand how Blender works, but that worked. Cool. So again, it's 216 triangles. Not the best, but that's okay. Let's get this in game. Oh, well, I want to do my like pseudo baked in fake shitty lighting on it. The best way I know how to do that, I guess, would be try to just have like a crappy gradient on it. We could try it just like this, but it's probably gonna look too flat in the game itself. I can do a texture on it. That would work as well to help it not look so flat. Just like a little bumpy texture. Let's put it in the game and just see what happens, see what it looks like. Because I got to get the code working for having these spawn in anyway. All right, so I want to triangulate it. Oops, triangulate. And then let's just export this. And then I got to write all the code still for having the Easter stuff spawn in at Easter time. So it's going to be a little process to even get this showing up how I want it to show up. What's the game about? Okay, so this is my game. This is what it looks like. The villages kind of look like shit right now, but that's because I'm in the process of improving them. I had them working better, and then I changed things about them, and now they're shitty again, but I'll make them really nice. But the gameplay is going to be pretty similar to Animal Crossing. I don't know if you know that game or if you've ever played it. But just like a relaxing game where you explore nature and then you can buy and sell things and have a house and decorate your house. It's kind of like what I said a couple streams ago, like the gameplay of Animal Crossing, although hopefully a little bit better than that, in like kind of like a Breath of the Wild world, although the difference is like my world is infinitely procedurally generated. Breath of the Wild is not that, but maybe I did a shit job at explaining, but that's the best I have right now to explain it. But if you've never played Animal Crossing, it's probably a bit more difficult to understand what I'm going to be doing with this game. And at this current time, I already have for the villages, like at Christmas time for the villages to look Christmassy, and at Halloween time for them to look Halloweeny. Now I just want to do Easter stuff, and I don't have any of that code or anything of that ready. So let's look at how I was doing Christmas stuff for the village. It's in one of my village files, probably this one. Let's look at, I guess, for Christmas. Maybe it's not this file. Maybe it's, what file is that in? Maybe it's in my buildings file. Yeah, I guess that could be. Okay, I'm gonna do Halloween instead because I maybe have, I don't know, whatever makes it easier to find, because I do not remember. This code is like years old. I don't remember what I was doing. So we have that, but I don't think that's what we want. Okay, we have still not what I want. Oh, we have a holiday.js file. I didn't even remember that. So I can probably do this a lot more easily than I thought I'd be able to do it. Right. So let's make a constant for that called holiday Easter. My keyboard's freaking out again. I forgot to change my batteries on it. I'm guessing that's why that happens sometimes. I hope. Otherwise, I just need to buy a new keyboard. Okay. We need to have that comma left there. So this might be a lot easier than I thought it'd be. Hopefully, I still don't know how the No, it's still not going to be that easy, I don't think, because this is not a this is just like a specific date. So I don't think this is where I want it. This keyboard, man. Thank you, Ujin. Yeah, the villages look like shit. They definitely need work, but the nature, I'm pretty happy where it's at. this is probably not even showing you the best parts of the nature really, because I'm not like in that nice of a area. But thank you. Show you what sunset looks like. I'm always happy with sunset. All the new people that come here, I just want to show off sunset because I like it so much. I love the clouds. I love the color of the sky. I love the mountains, although it's not the best mountains to just show off with this. There's some in the distance. The sun looks nice, but it's kind of behind those trees. And then by the time it gets above the trees, it's no longer sunset. So well, I guess I could do it as sunrise instead over on this side. Bit too washed out. I mean, I've been tweaking the colors and I'm never fully happy with them, but then I mean, I'm pretty happy with them at this point, but white, like in the daytime, like at a, yeah, or like maybe like right now, or like this, yeah, that gets too washed out. The sun area. If you don't look at the sun, it's like fine, but that gets kind of shitty. And then it fixes it. It's just like a certain time of the day in the video game where it gets shitty. So like here is not bad, and then it gets shitty, and then it gets okay again. I need to fix that. Assuming you're referring to that part. If you just mean like the overall atmospheric colors, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty happy with them, I think. I always tweak them. Like I've been tweaking them for years, so I'm sure they won't stay exactly where they are. But the sun, okay. Yeah, it needs work. All right, I still don't think this is going to just magically fix things, but maybe it will. Because if I am only decorating, I don't remember what I was doing. If I'm only decorating the villages for Halloween just on Halloween Day, I really thought I was doing the entire like month of October. Pretty sure I was. Then I don't think this is the right place to be looking at in my code. But I could be misremembering how I programmed it. Let's see if I'm using this somewhere. I am. But the only thing I'm using it for is the NPCs dressing up for Halloween. So that's still not really the right place. Where the fuck out do I have this now? Maybe it's in my furniture file, actually. How are we decorating buildings? I completely forgot how I was doing this. Well, what is the array called? So we have a tag for it. I don't know why I'm not remembering how I'm doing this. It's notes. None of that. None of that. None of that. So here's some stuff with building decor or static JS. It might be this file. Maybe. No, it's not that either. Where the hell did I program this? I guess I haven't touched it in so many years. I completely forgot. Well, we have our building decor. Let's see where we call that. It shouldn't be in here. But wait, that's the only place we have it. What the fuck? so confused. Oh, maybe it is just that. Okay. Okay, yeah. Now it's all come back to me. I remember what I was doing. This is how I was doing it for villages. So we have these different objects, and then we can somewhere here. Okay, for each building, right? That makes sense. So each building model has their own placements of where things can go. I completely forgot about how I was doing this. All right, so we should be able to more or less so copy off of a previous house's holiday and just say use the Easter stuff instead, because the placements as of right now aren't going to change that much. I don't have any like garland or bunting for Easter. All I've done is that one giant egg that's probably going to look like terrible crap in the game, but let's just put it on a couple things. So we want our small Christmas here. That's fine. So if I just paste this here, might have a bit of an awkward overlap because we have a month thing here for just like gardens. However, the month I'm going to be using the same for Easter, so I'm going to have to mess around with that. But then it's going to be called Small Easter, and then it just needs to select a bunch of shit from that. So that'll be fine. So this should work on just this building model. And I think the glass shop model is, I believe, this one. I think. So if I go into up here and I have what we had at Small Christmas, just copy this. This is going to be for Small Easter. And these are just all the entities that I want to choose that will fit for that placement. Clearly we have a lot of Christmas ones, but for Easter I have nothing yet. The 1, 2, and 3 specify like what kind of shader / object they should be attached to. Because they're all getting batched into something. But this is going to be called Giant Easter Egg. And it doesn't really matter what this one goes on, but I think one would be, I really should have some sort of thing to specify what those are, like some sort of constant, or at least a note for myself, like a little comment here that just says 1 is this, 2 is this, 3 is this. But I think 1 is the structure shader and the structure object. I think it's either that or static. It'll work on either one because we're not doing anything special with like the texture or anything. So I can choose to do any of those. And then I guess they're supposed to be furniture, maybe not. Maybe this will just work. Okay, so we have our model that I didn't export yet, or I didn't import yet rather, and I think I just called it Giant Easter Egg. Yep. Let's grab that, and then I guess I'll put the model just here. That note that I have that's years old isn't even true. It says without UVs, but I added UVs since then. Okay, so I don't know if it needs furniture data. I'm hoping it doesn't. I really hope this just works. Oops, also we have a typo. Hopefully I didn't do that anywhere else. I don't think I did. So maybe this will just work now. Let's see. what is this called? It says building decor, and then we had it for, oh, right, for each model, and then I want to know what it was called so I can see where I'm doing it in code. It's the decor for that model. So I can search that in Village.js now, one of my 2 Village.js files. And that will show me how I'm using that. That'll be pretty helpful. And in theory, instead of putting month here, I can say something like event time or something, and then I can use that constant for Easter, and then it'll check if the holiday or whatever is that constant that we're setting somewhere else, and then it hopefully wouldn't matter as much with the overriding of this, but I'm not sure. We'll see. All right, I don't see the egg yet, but I also am not 100% sure that's my glass shop model. I think it was, though. It's also possible that somewhere in my code I'm having it so after it uses something for the month. No, that's not true. I was going to say something for the month, then it doesn't do the next one, but it uses all of these, so that's definitely not true. I got to fix these lag spike things. It's annoying. All right, I'm just going to walk around this village and see if any of these models might be the glass shop and I'm misremembering. It sucks to have to refresh each time because it takes so long to rebuffer the world. Maybe I will again temporarily bring down my render distance. I mean, not as extreme as last time, but like by half of what it currently is, just to like make everything load a bit faster. But I'm pretty sure that is my glass shop model. I don't know why I don't see the eggs. Just want to like make sure I didn't model something weird in the like, under the ground. No. I want to test out this model though and see what it looks like. So without having to actually refresh the game, we should be able to create this model and have it just spawn near me. I don't know if I do to call a buffer model function on it. I might. So let's just do that to be safe. So buffer, whoops, thought I was typing in console. I was not. Just want to grab giant Easter egg. We want to call buffer model on giant Easter egg. And then I'm just going to spawn an entity that will be that. So create entity new engine dot entity dot default. I think it is. I always flip them and don't know if it's dot default dot entity, but since that's auto completing, it looks like that's working. I think. I really hope so. And then we just want to have position is a u.clone object of game.world.player.position. It's fucking keyboard. And then we just want to have the model set to giant Easter egg. I think this is going to probably be way too big, and I'm not going to like that about it. But let's just see if we see something. Okay, we do. It is kind of too big. And I thought it was going to look too flat. I mean, it is pretty flat, but not that bad. We can mess around with the scale too, just right here. Let's do scale vec3. Let's try half scale. It's probably going to be too small. Maybe not. Maybe somewhere in between, but much closer to this than this. This is like extreme. Let me spawn one as if it were already being used correctly in the villages. Put one like here. Let's try like 0.6 scale maybe. The 0.5 is actually not bad. I may have to use that. 0.6, that might be a bit better. But I like how it looks in the game. It's not that bad. The colors get almost a little bit too pastel-y, if there's such a thing at Easter time. A little bit too light, but it's not bad. I kind of like it. It is a little bit too flat. I'm probably going to have some sort of baked in shading on it. I just don't know how I want to accomplish that. I could do like just a gradient up the whole thing, and that might be good enough, but at the same time, maybe not. Let's pause real quick. Let's go to Blender. If I can go, let's go into vertex paint, and I grab, do something like this, the really large radius, something like that. And I want to have my blend mode on multiply, I guess. Yeah, something like that. And then apply that around the entire thing. I'm afraid I'm going to make the, let's bring the radius even higher. The strength down. I don't want to make it too dull, but it was a little bit too bright in game anyway, but I don't want to make it too dark. But that's not bad. I can maybe do something like that. It's going to be a little bit of a pain to make sure that's equally set across the whole thing. Let's also make this quads for a second. I think it might be a little bit easier for vertex painting. But essentially, I need to grab the... Now I got to do this back to mix at full strength with a smaller radius. And zoom in and then like do each one at a time. It's going to be a pain in the ass, but that's okay. So this is a mix. Okay, that's good. So I got to like remember which is my starting place. So I'm going to like do... How do I want to do this? At the very top, I'm going to like do that. So I know this is my starting seam, because like this side, you can see obviously is very flat, and this side hopefully has a bit more depth now. And then, how do I want to do this? Maybe I'll just do a little dot there to specify. I'm afraid, even though the top really doesn't have a whole lot of shading going on, it has a little bit at least. So I'm afraid of undoing that. I've already lost which one I want to use. I think, yeah, okay, it was that one. I'm just trying to get like the center of where I brushed before. Okay, so we'll use it based off that vertice. Hopefully messing with the top green didn't mess with it too much. Probably should have done an orthographic projection too. That might have helped, but it really doesn't matter. Okay, so we want to grab this color, and then I guess we want to paint one bit at a time. Let's see if this would work. No, I was hoping I could do like a loop select of all these vertices, all these faces, but I guess it doesn't work that way. It's gonna be a little tedious, and maybe there's a better way to do this, but I don't know it. And it won't take that long, but essentially I just want to paint this color, whoops, and not fuck this up around the whole thing, although here I am continually fucking it up. Then we need to do the same for each and every layer. So here's my starting one. Grab the top color now. I guess the top color, I could grab both these. I should do one color at a time. I just have to be a little bit more careful about where, where I place it so I don't go a little bit too tall, but I'm doing that already anyway, I suppose, so this should be a fine way to go about it. I feel like I didn't grab the right color, but I guess I did. It's just so subtle, or I didn't click. Either one of those. What did I not do? I think I did it right. Yeah, we can test. Let's see if this is different than this. Am I doing this right? Hold on. Why is that adding it to my palette? I'm doing something wrong. Hold on. S. I don't want to add that to my palette. I just want to get the color. Am I forgetting how to use this? Okay, well, I just want to make sure these two colors are different, basically. What the fuck? I don't want that. Oh, well, I can just do this. That's fine. I guess that automatically usually colors it. I guess. I don't understand it. It doesn't matter. All right, so I'm going to grab this now. And paint that. Why is that not right now? What the fuck? Why is that darker? I'm so confused. If I want to grab this color. What the fuck? Oh, add to palette is selected. I guess that's what's happening. But I just want to grab this color, right? So if I select this color. No, it's still adding to my palette. I don't fucking understand. But if I grab the color right there and then I paint it, it shouldn't be a difference. Okay, that time it's working. Very strange. Also, it looks like I missed right there, which is annoying. Maybe that's just an optical illusion. This looks solid now in color and doesn't have a gradient, but technically I think it does because if I watch this, yeah. Technically has a gradient. I just can't see it. Okay, so let's do this one now. Okay, so you can see very flat on this side, and then this side hopefully not as flat. I'm going to grab that bottom color, paint that all the way around. It's probably a better way to do this. Then the next row, I still didn't do the very bottom row either. See, why is that changing colors? I'm just not grabbing the... What the fuck? If I select this color, right, and then I paint it, it's changing a little bit. There's a better way. I feel like I fucked up my blender settings somehow. There's a gradient tool. I don't know how to use it. Where do I get to it? But I also just don't understand. If I select right here and then I paint down on it, why is it getting darker? That's like, that should be the same exact color. I don't know how easily that'll show up on the stream, but it's definitely darker then. I want mix. I don't get it. My strength is full. Viewport color display is not true. Oh. Even when I have like the face selection masking and everything going on and shadeless on and everything. That's annoying. All right, well, I guess it's okay. I'll just get it close enough. I mean, it's not that different of a color. I just thought it would be rendering the actual color because I have shadeless on. I have, everything on and selected. So I figured it's like extremely close to the right color. Switch to raw. Okay, where is that? Okay. I'll try to keep looking, but it's not super important because the color is close enough. None of these are that. Sample merged. Options. Also, remember that I'm not using 2.8. So if it's a thing that was added in 2.8, I'm out of luck. That's what we're going. It's via bucket. There's a checkbox there. I'm so not good at Blender. That's why I like to. That's why I like to program my models procedurally and not do anything in Blender. Via bucket. What is bucket in Blender? I guess not brush. Ooh, unified color. Is that something I want? Press on big icon. This guy? Like this thing? What is big icon? Oh, this thing? Maybe? So this thing. the lag of the stream is probably not helping this conversation at all. Or this thing. Select fill. Well, this I could search, but no. I mean, whatever. I'll just keep doing it the way I was doing it, I guess. There's no fill here. Just add blur, darken, draw. Ooh, what is draw? Draw might be a better thing, maybe? Maybe not. Maybe. Hold on. No, draw is bad. Wait, well, now I broke everything. No, maybe not. Hold on, I just selected the wrong color. No, I still did break everything. Fuck. I made it worse. Why is it like adding to it now? Why is the color? What the fuck did I do? Pink. And then, okay, now it's kind of working. This is confusing. Okay, it's working right now, it seems like. Okay, I'm going to paint this. Paint this around. Okay, we still need to do the bottom yellow part, so we'll do that as well. I will wait for Ujin to correct me on everything I'm doing wrong. What the fuck? That color's so different. Okay. I think I knew what I was doing wrong now, I think. With the selection. Maybe. Maybe not. For some reason I remember having to click for that S selection color select thing, but I guess you don't have to click. I guess it's just you click to add to your palette. Or I changed some of my settings somewhere and I didn't realize it. Okay, let's see if there's a big gradient going on here. It's a slight gradient. Yeah, I'm using vertex paint. Oh, that's the issue? Okay. Yeah, there's not really any way I can get around that. for my engine. But that's okay. Thank you for trying. This is working anyway. I mean, I'm sorry, it's such a tedious thing to watch, but I'm almost done. Okay. Hopefully I did that all correctly. There's like a weird blotch there. I can do like a smooth on each color bar to like make it not as noticeable if I did like mess up on one of them. But let's do PLY, export PLY, bring this into the game. I think this will look better. So again, just to review what it looked like, I guess I'll walk over to these two. This is the flat version, right? And then I can't look at them side by side, but I can look at them like, you know, by changing it. Live, but I can't look at them side by side. Unless I guess I could if I made a separate model for it. But I'm too lazy to do that. You know what? Fine, I will. I won't be lazy. I'll make a second version. I'll spawn in a new one of them. I'll do everything the right way. Okay, so we have Easter egg 2, and we will compare these and see how they look. Be back, okay. So I'm gonna buffer this, buffer model, and then I will spawn in the new one. And I forgot to do a triangulate on it, so there's that. All right, let's try that one more time. This time remembering to triangulate it. Okay, grab these, paste this into here. Put this into console and then rebuffer the model. I shouldn't have to respawn it. I think it did spawn. It just didn't have the buffer. Okay, so it's not a huge difference. I'll spawn them like right side by side right here. Of course, if I wanted to make a small change now, it'd be very difficult because I had to go around it all again. So if I wanted to make the gradient stronger, I'd have to loop around there each and every time. So that's the issue with that. But hopefully that's noticeable, all that effort I went through. I do like it more, I think. The yellow's a bit shit looking. But like, it's an improvement. It's barely an improvement. But it is an improvement. This is quite flat. This has a little bit more depth to it. It's a tiny, tiny bit. Was it worth all that? I don't know. Probably not. Especially because the yellow looks a bit weird. Still pretty flat. I can do a separate gradient on each layer. Like that's not, because I made one large gradient go up the whole thing. But if I just gradient each color to custom colors that I like, that might be a better way to do that. My other option is, well, I guess I could, I'm pretty stupid. I could have just put a fucking gradient texture on it. That would have worked. Whoops. I mean, also having the right UVs. No, that would have worked. That would have been fine. I'm a big dummy. I also got to figure out why they're not spawning in the village. But I wanted to test the model and see what I thought of it. One of the things that sucks about putting the texture on though is I never built like a custom GLSL shader in Blender. I don't even know really how they work, but my texture is kind of like an overlay instead of like it overlays onto colors. So if it's 0.5, it's treating it as ×1, and if it's under 0.5, then we're multiplying it by under 1, and then over 1 if it's over 0.5, if that makes any sense. We're basically just multiplying the whole thing by 2 for the texture. But Blender doesn't do that by default. It multiplies it by 1. So I don't know how to fix that. So if I want to actually look at the texture, not just the vertex colors, it's going to look like half as bright as it should in Blender. It's not a big issue, just something that happens. Also, you can see I kind of fucked up right there. There's a little seam there. Okay, that should hopefully fix that. But I don't know if I like how it looks anyway. I fucked up this yellow color. Let's grab the yellow color again, I guess, from... How do I want to do this? Let's grab this yellow color and see if that's any better. This is a darker yellow than I was using before. And let's just make it solid. See if this is even brighter, because I don't know if it will be. It's a slightly brighter color. Whoops. Maybe I should undo all that hard work I did. Oh, okay. Let's save it as a new Blender file. That way, if I decide to go back, I don't have to do that again. So I'm going to have 2 different versions. I'm not undoing my work. I just want to have 2 different versions to compare to. And my yellow color won't be as ugly and pukey as I had the first time. Hopefully, that's the goal, because it's a slightly less saturated color this time around. And my blue, I think I'm using the same blue, but maybe I should use this darker shade. Maybe I should use a darker shade on all of them, to be honest. I don't know. But I'm gonna mess around with texturing next. That'll be the way maybe I put depth on this. I'll have some sort of hopefully somewhat subtle texture over the whole thing. Whoops. Okay, and then I guess I want to do some sort of unwrapping with, let me see. What am I doing wrong for this? I want to do shadeless. Don't know why I can't do that the way I want. Oh, because it's in vertex paint? I don't want vertex paint. I want... But it's still not right. Whatever. I won't worry about... Oh, because it's in that mode? Okay, there we go. Alright, so that's a better idea of what I'm going for. I don't need that see-through mode going on. Okay. So these will be the true colors. However, once I put the texture on, it's going to be not so great. I guess I want to do... Let's start with the orthographic projection of it. We're going to unwrap with a project from view, I guess, on it. This is gonna look a little bit weird in certain, like it's gonna have kind of like a weird mirroring seamed pattern, but I'm just curious what this gives us. And I guess I'll use my materials texture. Start out with that. I can use either materials or static. This texture really doesn't have a whole lot to offer. If I did a gradient, which I can do, what if I use this? Would this look weird? Would that look weird? Or would that just be like a fun, simple texture? All right, I'm welcome back, Ujin. So this was the original version, the very flat version. This is the gradient version. It's a very slight improvement. It wasn't worth all that work, really. Also, the yellow is a bit weird looking. It's a slight improvement. I'm doing texturing now. The colors are half the brightness they should be because of how my shader works versus how the shaders are in Blender. I guess I can do like that GLSL thing and like somehow make a shader for it, but I don't know how to do that either. And then I'm wondering, is this texture okay or does it look weird? I also could unwrap it from the top, but I probably don't want to do that. Or maybe even like a 45. That might be okay. We could also do something fun like this, but I'd have to change how the UV was being projected or wrapped or whatever. Because it kind of looks fine here-ish. That texture is not really great for this egg anyway, because we have the sharp line that doesn't mix in well with the, these wavy lines. So it's not for the best anyway. We have wooden egg. Actually, it's not that bad especially if we line the seams up. I was kind of doing that jokingly, but it's not terrible. If I was careful with the seam placement. It's kind of interesting. It kind of looks more like a wooden egg of sorts that's painted. Can do crazy things like that, but that looks like shit. This will probably look like shit. Okay, so my favorite one so far is this. Or this. And then if we want to do something like a gradient again, I can bring this in. Actually, what if I did this? It would give it like a dark side and a light side. I don't know if that's probably a bad thing, but there we go. I can also try my other texture. There's an interesting look. Now if we basically flip these, I guess the darker one, we could do something like this. Want to flip them. Oh, excuse me, proportional editing on. There we go. So we could do something like this, but less awkwardly, hopefully, by scaling this in. Whoops. No, that still does a really shitty seam. Let's bring this, I guess, like this. This is all. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta figure this out. Okay. I mean, that's probably not a good way to go about it. I'm gonna have to re-unwrap this. Do that. I guess. That might be okay. It might just be really weird looking. Maybe. Maybe. It's kind of like weird stuff going on with it though. All right, let me re-unwrap this. Let's try top down-ish. I should probably do this like more mathematically correct, but I just want to test it out. Do something crazy like this. Let's go back to scaling off of the, I guess, bounding box center. We can do that. That would almost work if I can make the texture more subtle, like basically make it not multiply by as large of a value off of the midpoint. But I can't really do that. Try this texture. Kinda. I mean, it gives an interesting look to it. I should just put something in the game and just deal with it. That kind of makes it look like a bit stone-like. It's like a painted stone egg. Marbly egg. Weird looking marble egg. Weird, shitty looking egg. Ooh, I have an idea. Well, I gotta think of how I have to project this. If I projected it from the side, right, and then I rotated it 90 degrees, this would work. I don't know if this is a good idea, but this would give it vertical stripes, which is maybe, oh, but I thought they would, I didn't think that out right. That's not how to do that correctly. I thought it would like go out radially, but that's not what happened. I can try my other texture. I'm spending too much time on this, on one stupid fucking egg that doesn't even matter. I can just leave it as a flat thing and nobody will ever care. All right. I will do just a couple more things. I'm not going to waste everybody's time on this. So a few more attempts. I should, I guess, be doing this with, well, it doesn't matter, but I could be doing this with vertex colors instead. But it's just easier because everybody saw how I was doing that with vertex colors, and it was a very poor choice of mine. But let's just basically have a gradient on each layer, and that'll probably look fine. Something along those lines. I think it could work. Or maybe it'll look terrible. I guess these should be like kind of like a uniform alignment, maybe. So the height should be more uniform. Of each of these. And then if I wanted to like make them a little bit less extreme, I can bring this down. You know what? Sure. I mean, I don't care at this point. It'll be fine. So let's export that. Now we want to grab the UVs. And then I don't know if 1 or 2 is for the static, for the structure shader and the structure texture. So that's a bit of a concern. But it doesn't matter right now because I'm just testing them as their own entities. I just have to make sure I apply the texture to it. The correct texture. So I'll make a third one just so we can compare all of them at once. Did I do that right? Yeah. I can compress this model data so it's not like giant arrays. But I don't care since I'm just testing this all out. We'll have a third model. Put this into here somewhere. And then I gotta, and even if it, as long as it doesn't look like completely terrible, I'm just gonna leave it alone because I don't want to spend all night working on one egg model. I have much more important things to do. All right, so we want to buffer that model. I gotta still figure out why they're not spawning in and stuff. Okay, and then I want to make sure I'm using the right texture on it. Like constants. Whoops, constants dot texture. Oh, it's just dot texture, and then we can have materials. Okay. So if I spawn in a new egg now, put the texture on it. Hopefully I'm doing that right. I think so. Yeah, there's a gradient on each layer. It's a little bit more subtle than I was expecting, but the nice thing about this is now I think there's one. I really can't even see it on pink, and the vertex colors don't look right. Is that right? Oh no, I used the wrong model. Whoops. It's like that doesn't seem right. Okay, we want to use this model. There we go. You can definitely see the gradient on that pink layer now. All right. I am not going to spend the entire night messing with one egg model. So that is done. I'm happy enough with it. It looks pretty okay. Nobody's going to give a fuck about the tiniest detail on an egg. Let's spawn in a giant one. I guess we'll do full scale. Yeah, I don't know what scale I actually want to be for the village. Probably small, definitely, well, I shouldn't say definitely, but almost definitely smaller than the giant one. Let's spawn in a real small one. We could also have like a pile of eggs. It's all different things we're gonna have to do. I'm gonna reuse this model, probably one as like a giant one, and then one to combine with a bunch of other eggs in some sort of pile, like in a nest, in a basket, other things like that. In a wreath, in some garland, all different things. Let's spawn in like that size. That's kind of nice and cool, but maybe not for just standalone in the village decor. Maybe, but we can just have a bunch of different sizes and it'll be okay. Okay, so now that's working good. In the models, I'm going to have it so it just is giant Easter egg, and then we have to figure out why it's not spawning into the village where I expect it to. And then to figure that out a little bit better, I'm not going to... now there's a texture on that. I have to be a little bit more careful. Let's see. What do I know is using a structure shader? Well, I know hay bale is using a not structure shader, and then I know that the ghost is a static, its own subentity, which I think would be 3 then. Yeah. So then 1 should be structure. I'm pretty certain of that. So let's make some more stuff for this. More buildings that can have it and stuff, because I don't understand why I don't see it. So I want to put it on more buildings in case like that building is not in this village or something. The white and brick shop, I think I have a pretty good idea of which one that is. If I can find that model though. White and brick. That should be this one here, I think. I hope. I'm gonna just walk through here for a second. However, that one doesn't have a yard, so it doesn't actually help me. Do I have another one of those spawning in? Shit, I don't. I think this one is like Victorian shop or something. River window shop. Okay, I'm just gonna paste this in a few different locations wherever we had a small Christmas. Use those same locations. Grab this. Oh, maybe my month is not set to 4 either. I'm a dummy. Alright, that's probably something I should be doing. Because I'm overriding that temporarily. It's not using the real time. So let's fix that. Oh, and the scale is still off. So these are going to be giant. But I just want to do a refresh and see if they're spawning, and then we'll fuck around with it since then. So to do that, it's utils. And then do I have... So I have like Christmas here. I didn't make one for Easter, but it just needs to be... I can just disable it so it uses real time because it is, you know, tomorrow's Easter. So if I just do a hard refresh, I think this will work. And we should have egg spawning in front of 2 of the building types. That's all I pasted in for so far. And they'll probably collide with flowers and stuff until I fix that. And they'll probably not necessarily be in the right placements until I fix that bug, where it works on some of the buildings but not all of them. But as long as I see some egg spawn in front of the buildings, I will be happy. And then we can work on other decorations. And then I'll just work on, you know, having it work pretty fully with the village. I gotta redo the village layouts. I gotta do a bunch of different things, but hopefully, if everything goes well, at least right now, I should see, oh man, what did I do wrong? I must have did something wrong with the models or something. Do those ones need rotations? Shit, maybe they do. To check that, let's see, what was using 1 in the decor? Okay, so if we look at a small headstone, does that need to have the static rotations built into it? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, that's not bad. It just basically wants to pre-calculate all the rotations it will need. That way we don't do it on the fly. Just to like optimize things a little bit better. So we rotate all those positions and we just tell it how many positions we want it to have already prepared. So that should fix that. And that, I think would only happen for structure, possibly static, but not if it was its own entity. Then we can rotate it on the fly. Okay, so hopefully we'll have no errors and we'll see an egg. Lots of giant eggs in front of a couple buildings. Okay, it's starting to generate. It has static. Now we just need structure. Did I break it? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, yay, I think it's working. Awesome. So that's the glass shop, maybe? Yeah, I guess it is. But as we can see, we have a too large of an egg spawning in, and it works. I guess I'll scale it down in Blender and re-export it. Yeah, I guess that'd be the best way to go about it. I can just scale the model also in code, like here. I'm pretty sure I can like specify scale when we're creating a new model. But might make more sense to just do it in Blender, probably. Maybe. Let's see, if I go into here, am I scaling any of these models? Yeah, I can do that. I just want to make sure it's not just on. Yeah, that should work. Okay. Maybe I should be lazy and just do that. And say maybe move to Blender. But the reason why it might be okay to do it this way is when I want to have a duplicate of the model. If I want to sell it, if I want to sell the same model or have the same model decorated in two different sizes, then I can just, rescale it. But I'm gonna just write maybe scale in Blender instead of having to recalculate it. Something along those lines. Because obviously there's a bit of overhead to having to do that math on all the vertices. It's basically nothing, that overhead. It's probably less than a millisecond. Yeah, it's definitely less than a millisecond because it's just for one 200 polygon model. So it's extremely, extremely quick. And it only has to do it once, I think, maybe for each rotation, but it really doesn't matter. I guess I'll test and see if that scale even works, because I'm not 100% sure it will, because I usually don't use that because I don't need to do it most of the time. Oh, and right, so my player appearance stuff is not saving. I can see that. So I guess I'll do that as well, because I had my bunny ears on before, and I want my bunny ears. So I'm going to put that back in console a couple messages ago. I'm going to just rewrite it. It's not that much, but there we go. So we have our hat, and then I want to do a create model. Yeah, there's my bunny ears. And that scaling did work. What did I do, 0.5 or 0.6 scale? But it's still kind of big. I don't know why these two are overlapping, because that placement I didn't think would be one that it would choose. And what scale did I choose? I chose 0.6. Let's do 0.5. Yeah, but something with the where I have my spawn set up for there isn't exactly right. I think I meant to move that one back over here, but I just didn't type that one incorrectly from where I was copy pasting from Christmas, so the Christmas one's probably messed up too. But yeah, as I was saying, would probably happen is, since we're just setting it to the month of April, we're just setting it for the month of April. It is also spawning flowers like gardens here, so it's not choosing one or the other. So we probably will have to do something about it. Obviously models should not be spawning on top of each other, so something I will have to program will have to select it. Now if I just chose one or the other, it wouldn't be so bad, but they wouldn't mix together. We'd have either all flowers or all decor. I guess I could change, it would work. I can have it at Easter time, for the small Easter stuff, have it select, as long as it's doing yard, which I guess it would be, have it mix in some of the flowers in like this array, and then we would just make it choose one or the other. Not 100% sure what I'm going to do with that, but I will figure that out. Okay, so none of these are using the egg model in these buildings. I'm just going to walk through this because I can, and then here we go. A couple here that use it. I had to fix that one position, but I don't care about that right now. All right, it's working. So I need to make a shit ton more decorations. I guess I'll also fix the player save data. So let's look at, I guess, save data file, right? And look at how we're saving our player position. This is for multiplayer, so we don't want that. Okay. So save player data. Yeah. So before we were doing like not having a separate object. We need to have a separate object. So all of these we're not going to use anymore. I guess I could delete them, but I'll comment them out. The multiplayer stuff, this actually is something that I shouldn't be doing anymore, but it's okay. I'll leave it for now until I fuck around with multiplayer again. And we want to have this just be for appearance. Hold on. If I go into animate typo there. And it's just an object that should work. But that's just for saving. We need to do the loading. I guess I will delete these. I don't need them. And then let's look at like where we're loading hat and stuff. Did I delete that stuff? Oh, maybe I did. Or maybe that. Save player data. Right. Load player data. Okay. That actually might just work because it might just combine the two objects. It just merges the two objects, so I don't actually have to do anything special. For saving, we have to like specify which bits we want to save, but for loading, we just want to load anything that's saved. We don't have to specify which bits need to be loaded, because anything that's saved, we load them. So more than likely, I'm doing some sort of merging of these objects. Yeah, like here maybe. Yeah, we merge the player with the value of the saved data, and that's really all we need. So I think that'll work. The only other thing that might make it not work is if we're loading the data after create the character. So I can either manually like recreate the character model, but if I go into the file for player and see where we're calling create model, as long as we're creating model after we load the data, maybe we're not though. Maybe we are. Let's test it out. I don't think this is saving automatically, but if I paste this in console, I don't think I'll have to refresh twice. I think I'll just have to refresh once. For the actual remodeling the player. Let's save world data. Where's save player data? So if I just redefine this in console, hopefully that'll resave everything now. Is there a way I can look at that easily? Not, I don't think super easily. I'd have to like open up the object store and everything. I don't really want to do that. I guess I could and then log it. Console.log the entire cursor, I guess, the entire result. We could try that. I'm not 100% sure this will work in console, but I think it should. And let's just close that function. Oh, but then I need to call it. No, it should be calling it, shouldn't it? So that should have. Oh, because I'm only looking at that. Okay, so here's our result. And we do have name, inventory, discoveries, achievements, position. We have some stuff with hat and hair still. I don't know what's up with that, but I guess it's already there. But we do have appearance being saved. I guess because I already have saved that. I'm hoping that's the reason that's like that. Yeah, I hope. Because are we looking at what is already saved? Yeah, I guess if the data already has that, it's not going to get rid of it. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Right, so we have that being saved, and then the only problem that I have now is I think I'll have to recreate the model when we do load player data. I'm pretty sure that'll be something we have to do. And again, if I go into here and look at where we do that, that's all the way down here. And that's in the constructor, and it already called the super stuff before that. So I'm like pretty certain we have to do a this.create model down here. I'm just going to do it. I should technically, I guess, test it before I do that to see if it's unnecessary, because this won't hurt really. I mean, it will, because we have to recreate the model, but it's not going to break things. It's not going to make it not work. It's just doing something that might not be necessary. So I should test it before, but I don't care. I'm not going to. So if we do a refresh now, I should have my bunny ears still on me. Okay, so our egg should be the right size. What was I changing? Oh, my bunny ears. Where the hell are my bunny ears? All right, let's look at the player's appearance, I guess. Hold on. Why didn't that work? Okay, so game.world.player.appearance. Okay, so that loaded. It did load it, but I guess the create model, I'm not calling that at the right time. Why is this open? I don't need this. I should maybe off stream figure out the Oh, that's load player data. That should work. But I gotta figure out these lag spike things. I don't know what's up with that. But I probably will do it off stream. Probably. Okay, so half of it worked, half of it didn't. It did save and load the data. It just didn't like remodel using the new data. Why is that? When we do load data, we do create model. I guess I can look at my entities constructor, maybe? How do I do that though? I go to the player constructor, I guess. That would work. So if I did generic, whoops. Generic dot player dot entity. Let's look at that constructor and make sure it's correct. Right, so we have save data and then create model. And if we look at the create model function, I suppose, no, even if the model's already created, that's okay, it'll redo it because we're doing that in console and that works. Maybe this is asynchronous and I really need to do that with the callback function. However, if this is defined game.world to player, if it is an asynchronous thing, and maybe it is, I don't know if those return differently. That's okay because in load player data itself, I can call game.world.player. Yeah, you know what? It probably is asynchronous because we have an on success function. I'm guessing that's the case. So game.world.player.create model in here, which is fine. That actually kind of works out better that way anyway. Yeah, I like that. All right, so I'm just going to do a refresh again, and this time I should have my bunny ears when I load up. Second day in a row at least of having shitty issues with things being asynchronous in JavaScript. Might be the third day in a row. Okay, yes, good. I have my bunny ears. Very, very good. I should do like a whole bunny suit for the player as well. Okay. Another thing we can model as a decoration is like giant carrots. Just giant decorative carrots for the village. That would work. I'm not exactly sure how I want them to look, but I could just mess with something until it looks right. And the eggs are a much better scale now. I think that'll work fine. I think the issue here is just the placement data is incorrect. Yeah, but I feel like 4 days ago, the lag spikes weren't occurring. It might be my change to web workers where we have additional web workers. It might have something to do with that. And we're also allowing it to call and return more things like per second from the web workers. So it could be that. So it just gets caught up on something. And it's definitely worse at load. I would say maybe it doesn't happen the rest of the time, but that might be a lie. I think it still happens occasionally randomly, but it's definitely like every single time at load. And then at a time it was only like one lag spike and then it'll be fine. Now it's like 4 slightly smaller lag spikes. So I don't know what's up with that. But this is starting to look a little bit Eastery, so that's good. Okay, I want to do the carrot model, but also I want to do a bunting that is just using pastel-y Eastery colors. So if we open up a file, all right, and then let's search bunting. What do I have it called then? Maybe I would have called it bunting. Maybe garland, but whoops, garland. Am I in the wrong folder? No. Halloween. It is called bunting. How come that one didn't search that? Was I typing that wrong? I'm so confused. All right, it doesn't matter. So we're gonna open up this Blender file, and I guess I could close this one and bring this one onto the screen for everybody to see. So we have this bunting here, and this is the Halloween one. It's Halloween colors. Let's save it as a new file as Easter bunting. And then let's just get some nice colors for Easter. Maybe I should use the same colors I have over here for the egg, maybe. Or maybe I should just come up with some new colors. I'm going to try to just make some kind of random colors here. I also have to think, is this using the UVs? Hold on. Oh shit. So this has a texture on it. That's kind of getting in my way. I mean, I can use the texture, but that won't show me the true colors, and I want to be able to see the true colors. All right, let's put the texture on just so we can see what it looks like with the texture. So that's this guy here. Okay, and then let's go back to this view. Okay, so it has that nice little subtle texture on it. However, don't want to see that texture. Want to see the vertex colors. Maybe those are the colors. Oh no, hold on. Solid? No. Texture, but I don't want to see the texture. I really just want to see just the vertex colors. The flat vertex colors. And I think there's a way to do this, but I don't remember how. I think maybe solid. It's almost like solid, but I don't want it to be using any shading. I want it to be flat. I want it to be shadeless. Oh, I got it. You got to press Z. What did that do, though? Huh, that's weird. What is that for? Oh, it's the wireframe? I wouldn't have thought it'd be wireframe, but that's what it's got to be. Okay, whatever. That's fine. So I don't need this palette here. Let's get rid of this palette. Let's grab some colors that look a bit Eastery. And then I guess I'll add them to a palette. Maybe something like that, but also lighter. Maybe that. It's kind of nice. A nice bluish color. Maybe that's good enough. Like those colors. Okay, so we're just gonna fill this. We'll do one at a time, I guess. I don't know if I want a certain pattern to this or what. Also, the rope color, maybe I'll make a little bit lighter. That worked fine for a lot of them, but okay, so if we did this, it would just center the blue depending on, and I don't know if I want to mirror it or repeat it. If I repeated it, hold on, that would work, right? No, that wouldn't work. Right, because it'd be green, whatever that is, pink, peach, blue, green, pink, peach, and then green again if you have them in a row, so that wouldn't work. I mean, we could do 3 colors, or we can just mirror them. I don't really want to mirror them. I can just make them look a bit more random by just by doing green again next. Whoops. So there would be a little bit more green, or we can have another color, right? Because that would be 2 greens next to each other, and then another one. So maybe instead of that, I'll just do more colors. I don't know. I didn't really mean to do that one, did I? Or maybe I did. I guess we'll do it this way. Might not be bad. And then I want these colors to match up here, so let's do that. Whoops. Okay, the rope color. If we made it like just lighter, just a lighter version, that could work. The reason we have this here is for like when you're doing the room editor, it's a top-down view. And if we didn't have that, it would just look like a flat, like basically infinitely, thin plane. I think it does wobble around a little bit, so you'd be able to see it very, very slightly. But it'd be very hard to see and select and drag around. And so that's why we have that there. Okay, so I think that's good to go. Export that as a PLY, Easter bunting. And then over here, somewhere here, I'm gonna have that loaded in. I might have more than one bunting, but I guess I'll just call it Easter bunting. And then I could always change the name in the future, doesn't really matter. That's going to be a new model. And I probably will need those rotations on it. Yeah, I will. Now, if I do want them to sway, which I don't know if I really do, because I don't want them to like sway into the building anyway. But if I did, I might need to change a couple things about it. But I don't think I think I'm fine with them being static. I can have them sway indoors, but that makes less sense. So it's probably fine if they don't sway. So we have Easter bunting. Have the data there. We want to do that rotations immediate thing. I shouldn't need to rescale them, but I just want to look at I'm doing a bunting somewhere else. Halloween bunting, and just make sure everything makes sense. Oh, that's part of furniture. Okay, fine. That's fine. So let's also have, I'm calling it garland, but whatever, because it'll be able to use interchangeably. Wherever we place the garland and the bunting. And then we want to just have an object. Maybe I should have false as one of those so it can select nothing, so it's a bit more random, but it doesn't really matter. And then we just want to have this as our Easter bunting. And then on the building models, we need to have the placements for that. I guess in the future I should do that a bit more elegantly, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so that is for the glass shop, and then wherever we're doing garland for that, we have 2 different locations. That's interesting. That's probably a good thing. So it can select different areas, like the top row could be one type bunting and the bottom row could be a different type bunting. Right now we only have one type, so we'll always use the same one, but if we had more, this would be a good thing to have. And we will have more. Okay, I just want to make sure these are all having their commas at the end. I think so. Yeah, okay. So that'll be for that model. What was the other model we were doing? This one. So let's do the same thing if there's garland on this one, which there is. And then we just want to have month 4. And we want to do Easter here. Okay, so let's do a refresh. And hopefully, if I'm doing everything correctly, we will see some nice Eastery bunting on 2 of the building models. I think I already see it, maybe? That little thing on the top, was that? Maybe not. I don't know what that little thing was. It's probably an insect. It looked rope shaped. I don't need to be logging that save stuff anymore. That was while we were testing multiplayer. Whatever, it doesn't make a difference. It's fine. Okay. Hopefully this worked. Yes, it did. That looks really nice too. My camera's freaking out, but god damn it. Camera, work. Lag spike, stop. But you can see, I think it looks pretty nice. I don't even mind the like kind of weird color combination stuff where like we only have one blue, but we have like I think 2 of all the others, right? Yeah. But I don't mind it. I think it's nice. And it's also on this building over here. If we can stop the lag spikes on both of these levels. The rope is lighter than I would usually do. But hey, Jetty. Yep, I'm back. I didn't die. How come I can't? My computer. What the fuck? My mouse cursor is not unlocking. What happened? Oh, did my keyboard die? I got new batteries for my keyboard since it's been dying since yesterday. Oh, that's so awkward. I can't even. Okay, there we go. It came back on. I should probably get some new batteries. I'm gonna see if I can put it off a little bit longer. No, it's really freaking out. Hold on. Let's see. I think yeah, it's freaking out. I'm not pressing half of those movements. But hello, King Conquest TV. How you doing? I kind of had to take a quick like 2-minute break to get some batteries because my keyboard died. So I will be back in like 2 minutes, guys. Sorry about this. It's bad timing. Okay, I'm back with batteries. I had to actually put them in the keyboard. I hope that's the thing that happened, but the keyboard's been freaking out for like the past 2 days. And I'm pretty sure that's the reason. Okay. Well, hello Jetty and hello King Conquest. We are working on Easter stuff for the video game. And so I added the bunny ears today. These egg decorations that are a little bit not working so great. And I just made this bunting here. Maybe I'll do some egg-shaped bunting too. Yeah, I'll even do probably the same colors, just instead of them being like triangular flags, they'll be egg-shaped. I might want to change how I do my textures for that, so I don't have to do a bunch of vertices to get something round. We can just use a circular texture, hopefully. I think I should be able to accomplish that. So if we went back into here, I guess I want a plane, I guess. So plane at 0, 0, 0, hopefully. Yes, and then let's rename this to like Easter egg bunting, I guess. Maybe it's more like garland than bunting at this point, but it doesn't matter. Make our plane, and then I guess I want to use. Oh, that's not centered where I want it. Damn it! I'm gonna have to redo that eventually at some point. That's okay. But I'll use my static texture, I suppose, instead of my materials texture. And then we need to grab something that's like a circle. And there we go over here. Oh, my Blender's not doing the whole transparency thing. I gotta figure that out in the settings. I hate when that happens. Hold on, let me save this. And then somewhere in here, is it? Or let's go to default view. It's like one of these things, right? Somewhere in here. Transparency? Yeah, okay, that works. It's kind of shitty how it's gonna be. Hold on, can we make it so it has a sharper edge to it? Like have like the threshold for it just be kind of binary and change where the threshold lands. Is there a way to do that? I feel like there's a way to do that, but there's totally a way to do that. I remember doing that in the past. I just don't know where to go to that. It doesn't matter. It could be like the soft texture. It might not be here to change that. It might be in like the Blender settings or something. But that's where we turn on transparency. Yeah, it might be in here if I go to, where's the preferences? User preferences. And somewhere in here, there's somewhere. Yeah, clip alpha maybe. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I want. Kind of. It's not exactly what I want. But hopefully it'll be fine. Okay. That's a little bit better. It's not great, but it's a little bit better. All right, so I want to slice this. I want to move where my slices, I think. How do I... That's awkward. All right, whatever, that's fine. And then if I just scale this in a little bit, if I triangulate it first, maybe that'll help. Maybe not. Let's see, it's a bit awkward. So I might want to slice it both ways, I guess. And then if I just bring this in now, still kind of awkward. Damn. I could change where it gets triangulated, I guess. No, but then I can't scale it where I want it to get scaled. What's the best way to do this? Oh, that's so awkward. I can make actual geometry of an egg, or at least a little bit closer, and have the texture kind of aid me. I have an idea. Maybe instead of doing it with changing the positions, this will probably be the same thing. Actually, this probably won't help a lot, but let's see. If I do it here, I don't think this will help. This will be basically the same thing. Yeah. That's awkward. Can just add more cuts. The only issue with that is at that point, maybe it's better off if I just had actually made an egg shape. If it's going to end up being just as many polygons to pull this off. All right, we can delete those vertices, hopefully. I kind of want to be able to delete these, so if we scale this out but then scale, if I do something like this, and then I move them so they're out as well here, like that, then we should be able to delete these guys. I want to be able to get rid of as many of these vertices as possible. So if we can dissolve that one, we shouldn't need that, right? And what else don't we need? Do we need this one? Let's see. Probably need this one a little bit. It's not doing a whole lot. It's also still too round, so let's scale it in and then see how it is. So something a bit more like that. Still not exactly what I'm going for. This might need to be brought a little bit wider just here, which means those parts might be necessary, but we'll see. I want it wider, lower, so maybe I can dissolve these and recut where it's getting cut. I should also probably like move this up or to the side so I don't have to deal with the other thing in the way. Let's dissolve those. And then it's a bit awkward, but I'll be able to fix it. And then we want to have, let's dissolve these as well, I think. That's even more awkward. Can I have a loop cut, or do I just need to do a knife cut? I don't really want to do a knife cut. Shit. This is harder than I anticipated. Damn. I mean, I can just make a texture of an egg and use that. I just thought I'd be able to just distort a circle a little bit. It shouldn't be that difficult, but I guess when you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? You know what? I'm probably going to redo this because I want the eggs to maybe be patterned instead of solid anyway. Maybe I will just use, yeah, you know what? Maybe I will use just proper eggs and not flat cutouts of eggs. And make it a bit more like a garland. Yeah, it's probably a better way to go about it, I guess. I really wish this would have worked, and it kind of does, but kind of doesn't either. How do I see how many? Okay, so that's 9 faces. If I triangulated this, and then it still didn't show you 22 faces for one egg. I might as well just make the faces for the egg. How do I want to proceed with this? So, option number 2. Let's see how many vertices this would be. Let's get out of UV mode. Let's go to default, and then I suppose I can kind of do a hybrid of this where we have our circle, make it into an egg shape, and also have the UVs on it. But I don't know. What could I get away with here? Let's try 8 and the UVs, I guess. And see if this method is better. I don't know if I'll get better results with this, but I'll try my best. So we want that to be a face, right? We want this to use the texture that we were using. I want to unwrap this and then use that circle texture again. Maybe since we're starting with a better base model to manipulate, it'll go a little bit more easily. Right, something like that, and then yeah, you know what? That's probably going to be a better way to go about this. That's already better, I think. And then we can change. There's a weird dip there, which kind of sucks. I can see how it's just choosing to triangulate, but I can change the weird triangulation. Oh, actually, triangulating helped. That's surprising. It helped a lot. Cool. And that's like not that many polygons. That's, what do we have there? 6. All right, that'll work. So let's rotate this. And let's, I guess, let's translate them to the center of this. So let's put our cursor here. So cursor to select it, and then grab this and translate our selection to our cursor. Oh shit, that doesn't work. How do I do that then? I don't want to move all the points exactly to the cursor. I want to kind of like move the, I guess I could copy paste the coordinates of my cursor. That's kind of annoying to do, but that's fine. It'll work. Also, I probably want to be in global space, right? Yeah, that'll work. I wish there was a faster way to do this. There probably is, instead of manually copy pasting, but I just don't know it, I guess. All right, so that's in the right position. I guess I can get rid of these flags. Maybe I'll just move them over as a reference of like their colors and stuff. So just bring them up. And now our egg is going to be in the right position, other than well, in Blender the z-axis, but in my game the y-axis. Something like that. We're basically making the same thing over, except instead of having triangular flags, using eggs. You know what I'm realizing though is, since I want the positions to be the same as these positions, I have to do that on each and every egg. Oh, it's annoying. All right, that's fine, which means I really shouldn't have moved this down yet, move this up yet, but I can move them back. It's not too difficult. I move them over a fixed nice unit to memorize. It's like 1 unit, right? 1 unit down. Okay, so to have these equally spaced how we want them, I again have to copy this I think it's just the Z that's incorrect. Yeah. So we're going to do that for each and every single one of these. So let's grab this, and then we can be in default mode. We don't need the UV editor still. Grab this one, cursor to select it, and then it's kind of choosing a weird center point depending on the orientation. Maybe I should manually place them and I'd be better off just doing the center there. And I could also just manually bring these, as long as I have a reference of seeing my spacing, I could do that and that would probably be fine. And I also could be a little bit better with how we mirror it if I move this back to 0, 0, 0 on, well, I guess just on one axis, on the axis that I need, which I think is the x-axis. So if we move that over like half a unit, yeah, there we go. Now that should be centered, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And now I only need to get one side and then I can mirror the rest. So let's get this, let's do orthographic camera. And then I can kind of freely move these around how I feel they look best. And then this one on the x-axis, we're going to make sure it's set to 0. So it's centered. And then all the others, we could just mirror it, flip it. So if we do this and then we rotate on the z-axis 180 degrees. Oh, whoops, we want to be going off of our 3D cursor. Rotate on our z-axis 180, and then I guess we should flip our normals. Shit. That's fine, that's fixable. We just need to grab the y-axis. Actually, I can just inverse our y-axis on these probably instead, but I'll paste it in. Yeah, it's just an inverse of it though, so that works. Okay, so now we can delete our flags, or not delete them, I'll move them up so we have our colors. Although we have our colors here as well, but still, I'll move them up. Okay, I'm kind of happy with that. We might want to rescale the eggs, which is fine. You know what, I kind of do want to rescale them, so let's grab all these. And then if we just scale them down a little bit and then bring them up again. A bit awkward with the orthographic projection, but it's okay. All right, that's not bad. I might still want to have some sort of decoration on these, the best I can do that. But let's start with the solid color and see what happens. Maybe, no, I was going to say maybe I can use a texture for that, but since I already have a texture, it's not going to work out. But let's color that. So let's go into our vertex paint and go into our wireframe and then paint these. We'll do the same exact color pattern, I suppose. Okay. And then we have this, and they look half the brightness that they should be. We can try just this, just import this. Because I don't know if where it's clipping the alpha is that identical to where I'm clipping it in my shaders. And it might get a little bit weird with mip mapping as well. So it might look better up close, but then really bad from afar. But at least the mesh itself is kind of, in general, egg-shaped. And that's kind of the most important part. The thing I'd be concerned about mip mapping is, I think, only the top point. Because the top point, let me go to perspective. The top point would stick out above the, the rope. So we can just bring those down and then bring the UV up, and that would help with things a lot. So that might be something I end up doing, but we definitely just want to test it out in the game. Let me make sure my back faces are right. Okay, so my back faces are inversed, it looks like. So let's flip all of these. Okay. It's Easter egg bunting, yes. And I guess I'll just use that. I guess I'll get rid of my flags and we'll use this and see what it looks like in the game. So let's save this. Let's export it. And we want to rename this to Easter egg bunting, not just Easter bunting. Looks pretty decent. Again, the colors are not exactly right. The colors are brighter in the actual game. And then I only have to update this in like 2 places. So here, when we have our garland Easter, we just need to also have our Easter egg bunting. And that uses a different texture, so we will specify that. And then we just need to have the model data here. So we'll grab this copy off of, and this will be Easter egg bunting. And then we just need to grab the model. UVs, I guess all the other UVs that are blank are like the rope and stuff. Oh, this is harder to select in. I forgot about that. It's harder to select in Windows than Mac, and I'm used to doing it on my Mac. So I gotta get rid of that. Then bring this. Then grab these 3 lines, paste this in. Okay, that should work. Unfortunately, they're a little high. I could just raise my camera though if I want to get closer to them, because I kind of want to be able to like get pretty darn close and just make sure the UVs are in a okay enough place. I mean, yeah, if they look good at this distance, it's kind of okay. And you could almost say good enough, but in a way not, because you can also use all these same buntings and garlands indoors when you're decorating, and that you will have the camera a lot closer to than on top of a building. So let's refresh. Hopefully I'm remembering to do everything. And then we should have our egg bunting and the UVs, hopefully, fingers crossed, kind of look okay. Now, we'll still use the triangular flag bunting sometimes. It'll randomly choose for each like layer of bunting which one to have. So if I get unlucky, a lot of these buildings might still have the triangular one, but if I walk around enough, I should eventually find one that has eggs, and it's a 50-50 chance on each building. Well, really on each section of each building. So it really shouldn't be too difficult. That mountain looks pretty nice. I like that. That over here is still generating the higher level detail terrain. So that looks like shit. But here is at least the medium level detail. But I think that's the high level detail. I like those stones, those boulders. Once again with the lag spikes. Okay, so that's using the triangular bunting, triangular bunting, triangular bunting. But this has the egg bunting. Okay, so from a distance, it's okay. It'd be probably better if the eggs had like multicolor patterns to them, which I might be able to pull off. The eggs on the edges overlap with the next one kind of, so that's a bit odd, but they do look egg shaped in general. They're just okay. I probably will put some sort of polka dotting and stripes on them the best I can, but I want to bring my camera up and get up close with this. Alright, they look better up close than from afar. They look much better, much more egg shaped. And then I also want to just get like far from it and see if I use my I was gonna say if I use my binoculars I can tell what's going on, but that's also going to adjust the mip mapping. So that is the egg one up there. Oh right, it's misaligned because I moved it over that half a unit. Eventually this is going to be the alignment that I want. It's just that I changed it from what we were using. So it needs to be that. Until I update the whole system to use the new placement. Alright, so the overlapping is not great. Also, we have to, when I use my binoculars, wait for this to lerp, which is annoying. Come on, keep lerping. Go through the face. Okay. So where is that bunting? Over here. And over here. It's not bad. Let's try to maybe do different colors, and maybe do some sort of stripes and stuff on it. So one way we can do stripes is the cheapest way is just to like change these colors here, but you know, we have very little control over that. Like we can basically color half the egg or like do some sort of weird triangular color through it. Another thing we can do is just cut it up more, cut it into more triangles, and that would work. And that's not a bad option. And then a second, or I guess third option is to just overlay more geometry. That would be probably easiest for like the polka dots, but for stripes, it'll probably be easier just to recut the mesh. So I guess, what's the best way to go about this? So for this one, let's limit it, dissolve this, I guess, or maybe just limit, dissolve the area that I'm going to be working with, like just at least that. Yeah, let's do this one and let's do this one. Right, and then we're going to, I wish there was a better way to do this. I'm going to do a knife cut on it. I wish I was doing it a little bit more mathematically correct. Not that it really matters, but ideally this would be like a perfectly straight line. And I mean, I guess that looks like it's perfectly straight line, so maybe it is. I guess it is. If you're careful about it, you probably can make them straight. So let's do that a couple times. It'd also maybe be best that these were perfectly spaced, but that's going to be a little bit harder. I did not do that one straight. Okay. So that's one way we can go about it. Obviously, it's going to end up being more triangles. So if I did this and I triangulated it and I looked at what we have 12 triangles, and this one is only 6. So we doubled the triangles, but 12's not bad. So let's see if we went into vertex paint now, and I don't know, maybe just made it, how do I want to do this? Like that, and that maybe? And just made it like a lot lighter or something, like a white and pink striped egg. Let's look at that. Maybe I might have put my stripes in kind of not the best location. Maybe I should redo that, but it's not bad. What's another thing we can do with this? I can obviously just like paint the egg like 2 different colors, but that's gonna look like shit probably. Like I just mean like paint half of it one color and the other half a different color, but I don't think that'll look very good. Hold on, I want to edit my stream title. I wonder what the stream title's on YouTube. I should use my restream tool, which I don't know how to use yet, to edit the title. How do I do that? 1 second, guys. I want to have, at least for when I stream next time, so I remember, something like Frinlet Spectacular Easter stream or some shit like that. I guess I'll do that later though. Huh, you can connect Discord to this multi-chat thing? I wonder how that works. Oh, that goes from Restream into Discord. Oh, okay. And okay, I want to try that, but that would make it so my chat messages go into Discord. I don't think I want that. I don't mind them going into the chat. I'm getting sidetracked here, but I just didn't want to forget to change my title. Okay, I'll just change the title just on. I'll hopefully just not forget next time. I don't know. I kind of want to have it so it says something about Easter though. 1 second. Windows. Just press back on the browser that I'm editing right now. Because when I edit text, I try to use shortcuts for that. And it doesn't work out. Okay, let's not make the same mistake again. Okay. So that'll be the title for the next like 3 streams probably. Because we'll be working on the Easter stuff. Did I lose my restream chat? Oh, hold on. Okay, I got it back. Okay, so we have this possibly shitty striped one. And then I guess we could just technically get away with having a triangle probably. I just have to be really, really careful with the placement for each circle, but we can use the existing texture on top of it, so it doesn't need to be anything other than triangle. It might be better for mip mapping and stuff to use a plane instead, but let's try to do this instead. So if I grab this face, can I easily duplicate that? Yeah, I can. Ooh, okay, that's not bad. So let me get rid of that. I'm not going to do it on... Hopefully I didn't mess that up. I did, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to do it on that egg. I'll do it on my green egg, I guess. Yeah, because maybe not all of these will be patterned. I don't know. We'll see. I guess the green egg. Okay, so I want to just grab one of these triangles to have... and I want to bring it forward just a small amount. And I probably want to make this a bit more like an equilateral triangle. Am I on ortho? Yes. Something like that. And then we want to unwrap that and set that up on the UV editing. Should have the right texture on it already, although I guess I'm having issues. Oh, is it not? It's not materials, it's static, isn't it? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so basically this. We could even do, you know, some of these patterns instead. It doesn't have to be a circle. We can do the pentagon. We can do like the grass. We can do like these leaves. We can go crazy with it. But at least I want to do my circle because sometimes these change. And my circle hopefully won't really change, and I'll leave that there. Because I'm using that a lot. All right, so again, we just want to grab a much lighter color of this, maybe even white, but just want to go lighter. And then if we look at this in edit mode with our texture, you can see it's a circle now. Okay, that is good. Let's maybe make a couple of these. Maybe change their scale and stuff around. I don't really know how I want this to look, but maybe I should be doing a more uniform pattern, not just randomness to it. Yeah, you know what? Let's be a little bit more uniform about this. So, well, I want to keep one of them. I don't want to delete all of them, but delete all but one, and then .1, maybe 0.01 or 0.05. Is that too close? Probably. Okay, let's try that. And that should be fine. And then we want to grab 2 of these and then translate them up. Same amount. or I think it's gonna go down, whatever. It's awkward. So I would center them, and then we'll bring those up now. 0.14, yeah. Yeah, maybe there's something like that. And then we just need to like center that on the egg a little bit better. Yeah, maybe that might work. What else can we do? We could do like a zigzag pattern, but I'm a little bit concerned about the polygon of doing that. Let's just do like one zigzag across it and see how that goes. And I'll do it, I guess, on my blue egg. So I guess I want to do a limited dissolve. I guess on this whole area, but it might be a bit shitty to do that. Okay, hopefully it will return to its prior glory, since it's not super well egg shaped. Now I normally do this stuff a little bit more mathematical and not just eyeball something, but I'm not sure how to do that in Blender and make sure it's like kind of correct. I guess I could be using that to reduce my count. Hold on, let me redo that line. Since we already have some lines, some vertices to go off of, this should help with the triangle count, the poly count, if I use those. Okay, and then if I guess triangulate this, so that is only 20 triangles. So however, this one was 12, so it's quite a bit more. Is that really 20? I guess it is. Doesn't seem like that's 20. And then let's see what for this one. This one would just be, right, 6 plus however many circles we have here. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So this will be like the highest poly count one. Also, I lost where my stripe is. Is it there? Okay. It's hard to see now with it triangulated. But if I vertex paint this, it's there, right? And then let's make a color on there like that. Okay. I could probably get away with that being lower poly actually if I did, hold on, let me think. So that's be 6 plus 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It would save it a tiny bit, just 6 triangles if I brought this forward and left the same base model. But it would only save us 6. Is that worth it? No. Right? Let me think. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And it was 20. So yeah, 6 faces. That's not worth the effort. Okay. So we just have to do one more because I'm going to repeat the other ones for the same colors. So we just need to do this one. What are some other patterns and stuff that people put on eggs? So we have like a stripy one. Maybe I should do a multicolor stripe one, but I'm trying to keep it a little bit simple. Well, you have this stripy one, this zigzag, this dotted, and I mean, we could have a solid. Solid's not bad. We don't need to do it on every single one. Do vertical stripes. Should I Google Easter eggs again? I still have Easter decor in my tabs here. Right, I was using this as a reference for the loader icons. I started with looking at these, and then I went down the rabbit hole of Easter egg patterns. Oh, I know what we can do, but it might not be obvious looking. Maybe it would be. If we, I guess I want more of a plane than a triangle. I think a plane would maybe probably be easier. So let's grab this. Let's bring it forward just a tiny bit. And I think it was Unpause that recommended this. Really for the loader icon, I think, but you know, it could be used anywhere. But since I had that like frinlet leaf icon, we can just try overlaying one in the middle of that and see how that looks. So if we went to UV editing, I could also do it as like a splotch, but that might be too similar to the polka dot one, and it's going to be so small if I make several of them instead of one big one, that you know, it might not really be the best idea. I guess I want to modify this shape a little bit and then re-unwrap it. And then I guess I should rotate this so it makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, but something like that. You're probably not going to be able to tell what this is like in the villages anyway. But I guess if you purchase it to place in your indoor decor, or you went inside one of the NPC houses, or possibly some of the merchants, you would then be able to tell what it was because you'd be a lot closer to it. But let's see how this looks. So I want to go into default here, and then I guess I want to rotate this 180, and I want to change the color on it so we can actually see our beautiful pattern on it. And then if we go into edit mode again with our texture view, there you go, you can see it's that from the leaf. So we can just do something like that, and I think that would be okay. Maybe I want it to be rotated. No, I don't think I do. I'm just eyeballing the center of it. Also, maybe I can do multiples and pattern it like this one, but I think that's okay just like that. I don't know how much I love that one. I like the idea of doing that. Maybe I should have like 3 of them. Maybe that would help. Probably. Whoops. And then just one more. I guess like that maybe. I don't know. Kind of looks like a weird smiley face now. I really like the idea of doing this. Maybe? Yeah. It's not bad. So how many triangles do we have here now? So it's 2, 4, 6, 8 plus our, what was the original one? 6, right? So it's 14. It's not bad. So they range from 12, I think. No, was this the lowest one? This was 6, and then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, so did I count that right? Yeah, I think so. So yeah, 12 to 20 polygons, and I can take the 4 off of this one, but it's not worth it to me. So we just want to grab this guy, duplicate it, and put it on this guy's position. Whoops. I could eyeball it and like kind of drag it there, but I'll do it actually mathematically correct. I guess I should delete that one before I bring this one down. Okay, so we have that one, And now we need to do this guy here. We want to grab that, bring it over here. Get rid of this. Well, not get rid of it yet. We need to grab its units. So grab the X. And then we want to grab the Z. We want to delete this one. And then we want to get all this and set the Z. And then just one final one. So we want to grab the X. And then set that on whatever my mouse cursor. Okay, hold on. Set the Z. Delete this one. And then paste it onto this one. Okay. I mean, I went through all this effort. I might not even like how it looks in game. This level of detail, you might not even see. But you know, I'm zoomed out and you can kind of tell what's going on with it. Oh, but right, the eggs were... So one issue is in the game, the eggs were colliding with each other. And I don't think it was just that adjustment thing that was doing that. I think the eggs just actually are. What is the best solution for fixing that? I can move the ones on the very edge, especially if they look like they're a bit further out. Like this one. Yeah, let's just do these ones. Whoops, that's not how I want to do that. I'm just going to eyeball a little bit inwards. And then I'm going to grab the X of this one and put it onto this one inversed. And then, wait, what? Oh, X is not the one that I need to inverse. Is it? Hold on. No, it is. Oh, because it's not 0, 0, 0 anymore. So it's that plus 0.5. Wait, does this need to be negative or positive? Okay, this needs to be positive. So then we want to make this 0.8. No. Magic numbers. Does it need to be 1.5 over? No, that's gonna be too much. Would it just need to be 1 over? Maybe just 1 over. Okay. And then maybe we should bring this one in a little bit as well to kind of make it feel a little bit more centered. I guess I'll do that. Okay, so we need to do the same thing on the other one. So we will grab the X and then add. Why am I struggling to select these? There we go. Add the 1 to it, I guess it needs to have. So inverse it and add 1. Is that right? Maybe. And once I bring it back down, that might be right. So we need to grab the Z for that. And I don't remember if I pasted the Z for the other one, so I'm going to have to make sure I did that. Okay, that seems right for that one. Let's see the Z on this one. Let's just make sure it's the same on this one. Doesn't look like it is. I didn't select as much, but that's awkward. Why is that? Whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be super mathematically correct anyway. I just get a little bit obsessive with that kind of stuff. All right, let's see how that looks. The polka dot is a bit strange. Unfortunately, my favorite one, this stripy one, we're only using one of them, and then the rest we have a bunch of duplicates. So maybe I'll change that. But let's export this. And then let's import it. And then let's grab these, paste them in, and then we should be good to go. Unfortunately, since these are like static data done on the web worker, I'll have to refresh it. I guess if I made them their own entity, I wouldn't have to do that, but that would just be for debugging, and then I had to change it again later, and then I'd forget or be lazy about it, and then not do that. So this is a better way to do it. We just have to wait for the reload. That's the only thing. And then hopefully soon, once I get the villages looking decent, but it's going to be another few hours at least, probably more than that. Then hopefully I'll end up making some sort of Easter mini game, but currently I have no idea what I want to do for that. So, you know, not sure. All right, that looks decent. I'm happy with it. It doesn't need to be perfect. I can always come back to it months later, years later, and edit it more. I can mess with it next Easter. We can wait for this to lerp in a second and look at them a bit more in detail. I could also bring my camera up in the other mode, non-binocular mode. Where are these eggs? There's one over there, but where are the ones right in front of me? Okay, here we go. All right, they're good. I will also do this and bring my camera up. Yeah, they're good. Good enough. I'm happy enough with that. The rope color being lighter, I think I'm okay with it. I usually use a darker rope. I might change the rope color eventually. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I might change the rope color to be a little bit more like a natural twine color rope, like a like a beigey brown color. But these things don't actually matter. And the lighter light gray off-white color probably will work better in the long run anyway. So there's that. It worked out pretty good. For the villages, I don't know if you really notice that detail that much anyway, but depending on some of the models will probably have bunting at a lower level like here. In fact, I probably could put it on this one. I don't know why I don't have it on that right now. Maybe because of the awning, even though that awning generated in the wrong spot, but maybe because of the awning. Either that generated in the wrong spot or the wrong scale. I kind of think it was the wrong scale. I don't know why that's broken. Let's take a daytime. I'd like to, I guess we could just paste that onto more things. Like we can paste it onto all of these models, really. Let's do the big Empire Victorian merchant thing. Even though I think the placements for those are a little bit off. But let's just try it. So we'll do it for this, for the eggs, right? The things that go on the ground. And I'll probably be able to just write, I'll fix this code up later to be like just for like all the holiday placements or something, probably, but depends what level of control I want over it. Then we have 3 different garland locations. Whoops. Let's see how that looks on these big buildings here. It's kind of annoying that there's 3 of them in a row, but whatever. I need to work on the village generation. Did I break something? I sure did. Unexpected on the model. I fucked up my model. Somewhere. Line, what was the line? 1154. I probably need to have like a comma somewhere. That I don't have it. Yep, missing a comma. Now this trailing comma for the array, I thought it used to bitch at me about that, but maybe that's because I was doing use strict. Let me see if I have trailing commas ever. Yeah, I have it there, so it should be fine. I guess while we're right here, we might as well put it on the museum as well, right? We just don't have large Easter and window Easter stuff yet. And I should probably separate these by their holiday with like some sort of comment or at least space. So let's do that on this model. And this is all for the Easter stuff. And this is for the month of April. Okay, let's refresh. Still? Okay, so I fucked that up differently than I thought I did. 1156. Oh, okay. More comma stuff. All right, let's try that again. I guess I copy pasted it from a couple places where there should have been a comma, and I never checked that. So no error, but it's not loading currently. What's going on? Hello? Chrome just wants to take a nap. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this will just put it on more buildings. That's all I'm testing, right? Probably shouldn't be doing a whole refresh based off basically no work. But I guess one of the reasons why I'm doing this is because I think on that large building model, some of the bunting goes down low. I get a better feel of how much you really notice the eggs and the patterns on the eggs and all that. Okay, yeah, so once the building generates, you can tell already that's much lower. It's annoying that it takes so long. There we go. All right, so yeah, that looks nice. That looks really nice. We have the nice bunting up here, a different bunting here. This particular building has the small like ground level decor on the like porch thing, and you know on the ground right here in front of the walkway. So that looks really really nice and Eastery already, and that's using like only 3 pieces of decor, the 2 different types of bunting and some eggs. So I need to make more eggs and different sizes and patterns and colors, and then like a carrot and a bunny and all the other shit we have written down. But like this building, let me zoom out. Oh, it's got bunting up there too. Look at that. Oh, that's great. So nice. And then we'll have like things like around the village, not just on the buildings, but like in the roads and stuff that are Eastery. But that's a nice Eastery building right there. Oh, it's annoying that that has to lerp. I should probably fix that soon. Okay. Got the nice bunting up there. That bunting is a little on top of each other. That's just because of how the building placements are for that bunting. I tried to fit 3 in a place that isn't really 3 wide for that. But it's cool how like each row can have its own choice of bunting. They don't all have to be the same across the whole building. It's nice. I like it. And you can see these buildings didn't choose the same generation for each one. So like on that particular one, it has the eggs on top, and then on that one, it has the regular bunting. But obviously, as we add more decor, there'll be a lot more variation. Right now, there's not a lot to choose between, so it won't be that varied. Maybe like a basket of carrots. That could work. And then a basket of eggs. That could work too. And then maybe just also like a giant oversized decorative carrot, like how we have our eggs. This is cool. And I didn't even add that many eggs yet. All right, so let me open up where we have that giant egg thing, right? And I have some more ideas of what I want to do with this. Ooh, I don't even have to add the poly count to it because I can manually cut those up so it could have a zigzag. I should have been doing that for this one, but that's okay. We'll do it for the next one. Yeah, that's a good idea. So I want to just have this in edit mode. We don't need the UV stuff. I'll probably take all the UVs off. But I do have to recut this, which is a bit annoying. So I guess I want to... Every face, also it needs to be the right amount of faces. It either needs to be even or odd around. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure if this will work out. I'm not sure if it is even or odd and what we would need it to be. Whoops. But let's just see if this would connect. I really hope so. Otherwise, I got to remake this model to be, the right amount of rings, I guess it would be. Really hope this connects. It'll work out so nicely. I don't know where my beginning point was, but hopefully, I think it might be this one. I think it might work. Well, it's exciting. Yeah. Oh, that's great. It totally works. All right, so let's do this one too. So we can easily do a zigzag pattern just based off how we triangulated it. It doesn't even need any additional faces to have a nice zigzag pattern. That's so nice how that worked out. I wonder how Blender chooses, because it seems random on how it's going to cut that plane. I mean, yeah, I know sometimes it optimizes it so it's the most efficient thing, but in this particular case, it would be no more efficient, at least as far as I can think. All right, so I guess the UV stuff I just want to turn off right now. We'll reset all the UVs, I guess. No, that's not the greatest idea. That was a bad idea. Let's just go into UV editing, take all the UVs, scale them down to 0, and then put them at 0, 0. That's a better idea. Okay, so for the vertex paint now, I just want it to be like a white egg, I think. And then we'll do like how I'm doing in the loader where we have that white and blue egg. Well, it can't be white, it should be off-white. Also, it's half the brightness again. But you can see here, we have a continuous zigzag, this one that I was working on. And that is going to be so nice to be able to use like that. It's basically a free pattern built into the egg. I don't even have to add any faces or anything. That's so nice. I don't know exactly what color I want to be making this, but maybe something kind of like that. And we can also do, like, depending on how we cut this up here, it doesn't have to be a zigzag. It could be like a diamond pattern. It could be different kinds of checkerboarding. There's a lot we can do. Now that just that could be an egg right there, and I'll put a gradient over it with my texture instead of doing it with vertex colors. But maybe I should attempt one more zig to the zag. And then maybe one below it too. I don't know. I mean, we could have all different types of eggs in different colors and patterns and sizes, so it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. What am I saying? Wait, was that one right? That one was right. This one's wrong, which means this one's wrong as well. But yeah, we can just make a bunch. It doesn't need to be only one. When I can continue that, if I do a limited dissolve on the whole thing, I can actually do it probably faster. By just doing like cut. Right? That'll work. So maybe I should change how I was doing this and just dissolve the entire thing, or at least an entire row. Whoops. Yeah, so for the next row, I'm going to dissolve the entire row and then try to just do it in a couple cuts. I could do it in one cut, but I'm afraid of like fucking up in the middle of it and then having to restart. So I'll go like, I don't know, halfway and then apply that cut and then do another one. But that is a probably faster way to do this. Yeah, that's definitely faster. I'm going to do it all in one cut. I'm not even going to be scared. Okay, so we can do another stripe in any color we want. For this particular egg, I'm going to start off with just having two colors, you know, white and, or off-white, and the blue stripes. Can I do this on top as easily? I think I should be able to do this. I think this will work out. I'm not 100% sure. Let me think. Cut. Yeah, that would. These might be a little too stretched to do it all the way up here. Might not look good, but it would work. Oh, I missed that one. Damn it. I'll have to redissolve that one. Okay, so this face accidentally fucked up. Limit that and then recut it. It's really good that, I mean, not that it matters, it just would have been a little bit of extra work, but it worked out that the first egg I generated happened to be, I think, an even amount needs to be, but the right amount to have this line up. All right, so I don't think it's going to look so great on top, but let's see. Maybe. If I brought the entire thing down to this level and offset my lines, it might have been better. But for this, I'm going to actually not do the top. Okay, and then maybe do another one down here. Yeah. And so let's dissolve all of these. All right, I'm in vertex paint, not edit mode. Limited dissolve, and then slice it up. Okay, and then the next layer. Okay, this will be probably the last one, you would think. Unless I did it differently for the bottom and it like came up from here instead, but could do it that way. Nah, let's keep it simple for this one. We can always come back to this pattern. Whoops. And do something else with it. Do different colors, do all kinds of crazy things. We can do diamonds, we can do zigzags, we can do really great stuff with this. All right, I want to reset my 3D cursor to 0, 0, 0. I'm going to scale this one down quite a bit. Because the other one was not a great scale. I don't want it to be like realistically sized like a very small egg, but I want it to be smaller so there's height variation than the other one that we have. All right, so texture. I want to scale off of 3D cursor. Grab this and make it like 0.33 scale. I think that'll work out okay. I want to make sure this is saved as another file. I don't remember if, whatever, just name it 3. I don't remember what we were doing with it, so hopefully I didn't overwrite my last one, but even if I did, it's easy enough to redo. Oh, and maybe I want to have that gradient built into it. I guess. So to do that, I will project a UV onto this and go into UV editing, because otherwise it's probably going to look too flat. This will probably help its appearance. Pretty sure it will. Then bring this way down, something like that. We can scale it on the x-axis to 0, so it's just perfectly flat. So it's perfectly same gradient all the way around. But you know what? It'd be okay if it wasn't, if there's a bit of variation. So I don't want to do it that way. I'd rather, if there's variation, let it have it. But that's pretty cool looking. Is it, everything should be triangulated, right? Yes. All right, let's export this as a PLY again. Negative Z forward, Y up. I guess I didn't do it the first time, because I remembered that we didn't do UVs. Okay, and then we're going to grab that. What is it called? It's like called giant. What is it called? Giant Easter egg 3. Is it in? Hold on. Giant Easter egg 3. Okay. And yeah, we are using UVs as well. So we'll grab everything here, and then we can go all the way up to the top. And I'll just have this be called Giant Easter Egg 2 in this case. I know the model's called 3, but in game we only have one other, so let's make it 2. And then now I don't need to manually change the scale because we actually did it in Blender. I mean, I can if I want to, but I don't need that. So let's not do that. And then our giant Easter egg, we will have another one of those. Giant Easter egg 2. And now when we go into the world, when we refresh, instead of having just that one type of egg, as long as the mix is set to true on these, but I think it, yeah, it should be. So instead of just having that one egg spawn, we should have this nice egg, and then also the nice new stripy egg that we just built. And I kind of like the idea of the loader eggs actually being in the game, because we already have 2 now that are based off that. And the polka dot one might not be that hard to do either, maybe. Although it'd have to be double the vertices. And what are the vertices on this again? It's kind of high, 216. It's okay. I don't think I could really make it look good and be any lower, so kind of have to do that. All right, so there's the new one. It looks quite nice. Kind of looks a little smaller than I was expecting. But maybe, I don't know, maybe that size is okay and the other one's just too big, or maybe it's just overall just fine. Once we have a lot more decor, we can really decide on what's out of place. But I like the pattern. It looks really nice. I kind of wish it was a little bit bigger, but I'm not going to do that right now. But it's really nice looking. It's got that nice gradient to it. It doesn't look too flat. It's got a nice pattern on it. It's good. I like it. It looks good on these buildings. We need to do like wreaths, like Easter wreaths, like made out of eggs or forsythias or just other springy flowers. I guess technically at that point when they're just springy, they're not for Easter, but we can still have them up. Yeah, it'll just be, a springy thing that can be up for Easter. But the egg wreath obviously is Easter. This looks nice. All right, decent progress. Not bad. I do need to make a bunch more models. And I guess that's what I'll do. Once I have a bunch of different eggs, I'll make one other model that'll be larger. That is like at least 5 eggs stacked on top of each other. Like a pile of them, just a pile of eggs that look like they were thrown together. So we'll have each giant egg and then one giant egg pile that we can use. Okay, let me reference our notes of what else we can create. So painted eggs, which we're doing eggs in general. Pastel color string lights. I'm not doing the string lights, so maybe I should be doing that eventually, especially for the village string lights. Maybe we won't have them so much on the buildings, but definitely for the village ones that hang that you can't see right now because they're disabled, but eventually they'll be there. Yellow chicks, that'd be good. Bunny statues, that's gonna be good. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to model probably, but it's gonna be good. Carrots, maybe I should do carrots. I'm just trying to decide how I want them to look. Like how much do I want them to look like a carrot versus like a oversized cartoony decorative carrot? I could obviously do a bunch of different ones. I don't have to choose on just one. Easter baskets. Once I have more eggs, I'll do that. Although maybe not, because I won't. If I just want it to be a regular sized basket, I won't be able to use those other eggs really, because those are like 200 triangles each. So it will make no sense to have that like resolution of egg that'll be super tiny in a basket. I mean, yeah, they'll have the nice patterns on them, but it's not worth all those triangles. So I don't actually have to wait for that one. So maybe I'll do that one soon. What else do we have? Springy flowers, candy, pastel colored bunting. We did that. Just want to have like a check on this. Sure. It's not really the best check mark. What else could I use in place of that? Yeah, sure. It's like a weird backward check mark, right? All right, that'll be my check mark. Wreaths, maybe some sort of stuff with sheep, Easter bunny, right? Like my Christmas nutcracker. I want to do that. It's just gonna be paint a model. It's gonna be a lot of work. Garlands, which we kind of, well, I guess our garlands are more like buntings. They're pretty similar. Excuse me. Somebody yawns. They're pretty similar things anyway to begin with. Hanging eggs. We didn't actually do that. We have the hanging eggs on the bunting, but I want to have ones that like hang over the doorways. Also, I need to think of more for window decor, so I do want those. We can do giant eggs in the middle of windows. That would work. Maybe we'll do that. The issue that might arise with that is I'll have to remodel the bottom of those eggs then, because the bottom I'm just cutting off to save, I don't know, probably about 10 polygons, maybe even more than that. It's actually probably saving a fair amount. I'm trying to think in my head how many that would save. Maybe it would only save 10. So I guess it's not really worth it when we have 200. So what's another 10? Nests and tulips, which is kind of just a springy thing, but still. Okay, so I can do the Easter basket with eggs, because I am not going to use this resolution of egg inside those baskets. So let's do a new file, and I will, I guess, model the basket first. Maybe I can start with a cube. Maybe not. Maybe I should start with a cylinder. That would make more sense. Why can't I do this? Hold on. Vertices. Like create a cylinder. I don't know. Maybe like 10 around again. Maybe I use more than 10 for the egg, but that's fine. I don't know what the count was. Okay. So start with this. Let's make it so it's not a perfectly round basket. Make it an oval basket. Bring this up. Bring this down. And then scale this one inwards. Extrude this face. How should I do this? Should I make it a little bit 3D? Or should I make it... Yeah, I guess this will be fine. Extrude it, scale it, extrude it down again. Something like that. That'll be fine. We need to have a handle. We need to fill with eggs. We need a texture. We need to do a few things, but that's a decent start. How do I want to do the handle? Maybe another cylinder. Maybe not. Maybe a cylinder. Maybe that's fine. Do we want to have 10 on that again? Maybe a little bit more than 10. Since I'm only using half of it, yeah. Let's do that, because I'm only going to use half, and then rotate this. Not the right way. Like that. It'll be somewhere around there. Let's bring this in. Whoops. Something kind of like this. Except I'm going to now... this is going to be a bit of a pain. But I want to extrude this and scale it in. That's kind of too thick, but... Alright, we'll do that. And then... extrude this again to the right space, I guess, here. What's the right way to do this? Whoops, I just want to leave that face. So if we look at the, what would it be? Okay, first of all, this is probably sideways from how I want it, so let's rotate this. Okay, so this would be the y-axis. So I want to grab the y-axis value of that. And then we want to bring this face, we want to bring that y to the same thing so it's flush. And then I guess I just want to make faces that connect this like that. I guess that's a way to do this. I'm a little bit, well, I guess I could do a remove doubles if I had to, because I'm a little bit concerned about this not really connecting here. But I'll just run remove doubles and that'll fix that, I think. I hope. Maybe I should go one more down. Yeah. Now, am I doing this? I think I'm doing this right, because then I should be able to. So let's do a limited dissolve on this model and see if that makes a difference. Not a limited dissolve, but remove doubles. And see if that removes anything. No. So maybe that's okay. And then we want to get rid of this face and make sure that works. Yeah. Okay, cool. That works. And then we need to get rid of the other half of that loop, but that's okay. Bring this in quite a bit. And then I was thinking of making the handle a little bit more like that. Yeah, I think I like that more. Yeah. And then for this model, whoops, we want to, well, inverse my selection, I guess, and then be a little bit careful about how I do this, but I want to inverse, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Inverse my selection, and then don't be selected on this. And then just delete all these faces, that works. And then, since there's a little bit of clipping going on here, although I might want to make my basket shape a little bit more fancy anyway. I think I do. So maybe I don't have to worry about that as much right now. Whoops. I don't know what shape I'm going for, but it's a little bit fancier. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Do I like that? Maybe? How many triangles do I have already? 236. Maybe I should be a little bit more conservative with these things. I mean, we probably won't need this bottom here, but that's not going to save us a whole lot of faces. And we might not need that bottom, but again, it's not really worth it to get rid of it. This shape here can probably be, can I dissolve this edge? Let's try to dissolve this, whoops, this edge. Yeah, we don't need that one. It's a little bit nice, but it's really not necessary. All right, that got rid of 20 polygons, or triangles rather. Oh, right, we never named this. Easter basket. Oh, God damn it, hold on. Let's do that again. I hate how Blender, the enter key counts as a click based off what your mouse curses over. What other software does that? No other software. That's what software. Okay. Again, I'm going to run a remove doubles on everything just in case. I feel like... Okay, there's no doubles. I'm just paranoid. In theory, maybe I can merge all these points if I do it down far enough. but I don't think I want to do that. And this top point I don't really love. I want to bring this down a little bit. And then maybe even these I'll bring down a little bit. Maybe something like that. I kind of like that. That's better. And then I need to fill it with eggs. I'm pretty afraid of the poly count on these eggs. They're either going to be low poly and look like shit, or high poly and be too many polygons and look better. We can do it with icospheres. That's probably better. But then each icosphere is 80 or 20. That's our only two options, really. 20 is too few. 80 is too many. Maybe I will do it with a UV sphere. I guess I could. Yeah, I guess a UV sphere will be better. Okay, so UV sphere. And we definitely want to bring this down. So we're right immediately it's on 500 faces. We don't want that. And then I guess for triangles it's double that, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure. But no matter what, we definitely don't want it on there. We probably want it like maybe even at 5. Yeah. No, maybe 4. No less than 4. No more than, I don't know, 8 or so. And these are going to be pretty small. 5. Let's do a little bit more, and then we can merge the top or bottom. Let's do that. What is that? So that is 35 faces. It's not terrible. Let's see what this looks like. Kind of want to do one more segment. No, let's not do another segment. Okay, so grab this guy, scale it down. Maybe I should have done another segment or two. Oh well, let's see what happens. All right, so we want to do proportional editing on this. Not in 2D. Hold on. How does this work? I guess just like that. Okay. So we want to drag that up. This camera. Hold on, I gotta do orthographic. Okay. Kind of like this. Until it looks like an egg. The bottom I'm going to merge. Whoops. I guess. And then bring that down. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Just want to get rid of some polygons. I guess in theory, one thing I can do instead would be merge every other one of these, depending on that work. That would be this one, this one. If I did 6, it would work. 5 doesn't really work. I kind of wanted to do 6. Is that going to be too weird? Yeah, let's restart with 6. UV sphere. Segment 6. Okay. That will hopefully be better. Okay, so again, proportional editing. And then, why does that already look distorted? What did I do? Oh, because I have proportional editing for the move, maybe? Hold on. UV sphere. Down here. Why does that look weird? Hold on, something's not right. That's not a sphere, is it? Is it? That's like taller than a sphere, isn't it? Is that just like my eyes playing tricks on me? Whoops, that's an icosphere. There's no way that's a sphere. That's like, what? Maybe it is. No, like that's a sphere. It doesn't matter, but I don't understand. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe it's the orthographic camera that's really throwing me off. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so with the orthographic projection, that is weird looking. I guess it makes sense, kind of, in a weird way. As I rotate this, yeah, now it looks more like one. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let me rotate this just so for the orthographic camera to look more like a circle, so I can edit this and have it make sense to me. Let's bring it over here. And then make this look like an egg somehow. Okay, that's kind of egg-like. And then I should be able to do something with every other one, right? Because that'd be this one, and this one. Yeah, that would work. So like things on the bottom, I'd merge this one and this one. So merge. Let's see if this works. And let's see how many polygons it even really saves me. So I guess I'll triangulate this real quick. Just see how many triangles we're dealing with. I can't look at my selected. All right, so it's 72, right? And then if I merge this and I merge this one, I think. Hold on, let me think. This one. Merge. Then we want to do this one. And then we want to do this one. All right, does that make it look a lot worse? No, not really. Okay, we can maybe even do the same thing on top, but it's a little bit more risky. So this one. Did I do that right? Yeah, I did. See, this is why it might not work out great on top. Kinda, maybe if I bring this down. I guess it'll work at the scale that we're gonna have it. Is it really saving a whole lot of polygons to go through this effort? Probably not, but all right, so if we retriangle this, I don't remember what I said it was before, but we're down to 60. I think before it was 72, I'm pretty sure. So you kind of get, so 12 triangles per egg. I guess that's worth it. Okay, let's just see. If we had 5 eggs in the basket, that's 500 triangles for the whole model. However, the ones that you can't see because they'll be laying down their side, I could delete all of those ones. So it's not as bad as it having 500. Like half of the ones on each egg, well, probably less than half, but an amount in each egg will be hidden because you know, if you can't see them because they're laying down on the ground, I can get rid of those faces. Now one other option is to do billboarding on them in some way, and that will help with things. I'm not sure how I would want to billboard them yet, but could do some sort of billboarding. 500 triangles, that's quite a bit. And just the basket is 200. So almost half of those are dedicated to the basket. So instead of just worrying about optimizing the eggs, probably like 200 alone is fine, but then 500, that's kind of a lot. I mean, I can make this a much more basic basket. I just kind of want it to look good though. All right, I have some ideas that will probably be fine to do. Hopefully. All right, let's see how many triangles just the handle is. 80. I can probably get rid of like half of those. That'll be saving us 40 triangles. Well, I guess if I did it, let me think. Yeah, if I just did this whole side, that would work. Okay, so I want to get rid of those faces. And then I want to, how do I do this? Like an edge split, I think. I don't want those to be connected. Yeah, so this will work. So I can do the handle kind of like that. And that actually will be fine, I'm pretty certain. It'll look a little bit weird in Blender, but in game, I think that'll be fine. So I got rid of half of the faces on the handle. Again, we don't need this bottom face, but kind of liked it being there. We can dissolve most of these if I really have to. Let's dissolve this one. Yeah, you know what, that's fine. It doesn't need that. And also, let's grab this one. Let's merge that. Bring that down as far as we can before it starts clipping through the floor. And then maybe I'll leave no, we don't need the floor. We'll never need the floor. So I'll disconnect this. Guess I could do an edge split on that. That should work. Whoop, not edge slide. Edge split. Okay, so now if we, that still didn't disconnect it? Oh, it did. Weird. Okay, so we can bring that up. And it probably doesn't need to be as many polygons as it is, but whatever. Yeah, that could work. Right, how many polygons are we at right now? 438. And now let's see how many are just for the basket, because it should be quite fewer. We were at like 200 something. I don't remember what it was. Now we're down to 130. And I think we were at like 208 or something before. I mean, 5 eggs, is that really enough? I mean, depending on the scale of everything, maybe. But let's just see. Bring those all down. Let's just arrange these. I mean, they're not painted and everything yet, but let's just get a feel. It's not so bad. And we could have some like grass and stuff sticking out of the basket as well. So if we did something more like this, whoops. This could work. Depth perception. Well, the depth perception is actually really difficult because I'm using an orthographic camera. So it's making this even more difficult. Alright, but something kind of sort of like that. And then we can probably get rid of quite a few or merge quite a few faces. And then I can have like a couple pieces of grass sticking out to hide some of these crimes. We might not even, well, yeah, I guess we will need that bottom face. But that could work. How many triangles is this? Still 438. Let me triangulate just to make sure. Yeah, still 438. Then like you see like the bottom quarter of this egg could probably be deleted. Some of the side, especially if I lay it more on the side, some of these can be deleted better. Do they need to be that high resolution? Guess they do kind of need to be this way, but all right, so let's try to get rid of vertices that I think I can cover up with lower poly things. So I think I can probably get rid of, let's see. Yeah, I can probably get away with that. Okay, I can probably get away with that entire bit of the egg because I'll have some like grass planes that you know, cover up any bit where they're cut up. Yeah, I can probably get away with that as well, which means I can probably do all of that. Yeah, that should be fine. Most of this can be deleted. Yeah, that should be fine. Maybe that one. Yeah, I think I could. Yeah, that'd be fine. A little iffy here, but I'll just put some grass there. It'll be fine. And then, honestly, some of these at the very top, I can merge those and get rid of 3 triangles on probably almost every single one of these eggs. It's a bit awkward for that one. So what are we down to? 351. That's much better. And I probably can still get rid of a couple more. I mean, obviously we're going to add some back when we're putting that grass in, but it won't be a whole lot because it'll be just like little 2D planes. I might have done a little bit too much on that one, but I'm going to try my best to just have it work. Okay, so let's look at that from afar. Not bad. 347 triangles. Now, technically, we can also dissolve this guy here. Let's try dissolving that. Or this one. One of these two. I'm not really sure which one. Let's do this one, though, first. So dissolve edges. It's only 20 triangles worth. And then it should be 20 for this one as well, but I just want to see how that affects it. Okay, that doesn't look as bad. It's still only 20 triangles worth. So maybe that's worth it. Maybe. Okay, I want to do some UV stuff. So I want to have a plane that I turn into a triangle. So these will be my grass faces that hopefully don't look terrible. And I'll just have like maybe 5 to 10 of those. Let's go to the UV editor and unwrap just that triangle. and open our static texture, I guess. Okay, and then scale that down and use, I guess that's my grass texture that I want to be using. And then now that we have that working, oh, but I'll have to double up on these, I guess, because of back faces. I don't have to, but it won't really look great unless I probably do that. That's a bit annoying. All right, well, I want to do this with a texture view so I can see I had any transparency on, I guess, over here. Yeah. And that is rotated wrong, so I have to rotate this so it's right. So hopefully you can see what's going on with that. We need this to be shadeless. Okay, so I guess I want to have a perspective camera back. What do I do again here? Yeah. I'm just gonna like put these around and hopefully it looks okay to do this. Have a bunch of these. But yeah, we do have to maybe be worried about the back face issue, so that kind of sucks. But I will try my best to have this look not like shit. I can rotate that till it's a bit better, but yeah, maybe I could. You're not going to notice some of these like super small details anyway. The model's not going to be enormous in the world, so I think it'll be okay. Keep connecting those somehow. It's kind of annoying. Maybe I deleted a little bit too much, but we can like distort the vertices if we have to. All the vertices I got rid of on the eggs are just going to be made up in grass. Hopefully that's not the case, but it kind of feels like that this current second. Okay, it's not bad. One more here. Whoops. Come on, Blender, don't fuck with me now. All right, something like that. That's not bad. Bring it up a little bit, maybe. Yeah, that covers up most of my crimes. Maybe there's a bit here, but we can always move that around and maybe it won't look so bad anyway. We can bring the egg inward. We can drop this egg down a little bit. The right angle to do this. That might be okay. Probably could get rid of, here I am getting rid of more faces, but we could probably get rid of that one. And maybe even that one. And have, well, maybe that one too. Just have some grass there. Yeah, let's try that. So like I got rid of like, I don't know, maybe at least 5 faces right then, at least, probably more than that. And I'm replacing it with 1 to 2. But see, I can have it like that. I just need to bring that vertex in, like, since we're not really going to see it and look at it, let's bring it back to like about there. Bring that vertex down. Bring this vertex down. Like, these could be stretched out and you won't ever really know. Okay, let's look at that with textures again. Okay, let's, I kind of just want to make these solid to test this out, but since I can make them striped, I really should. All right, let's get some random colors going on. That one might look a little bit too cut in half, but I can try to save it. Maybe a white one wouldn't be bad, but I don't think I like these two next to each other, so maybe I'll make this one white, or very close to white at least, and then I'll make this one, I don't know. Yeah, not bad. Something along these lines. All these grassy guys could be, really could be anything, but green would make the most sense, I'm sure. Since we're doing the texture on there, it won't really look like the right green. It'll look darker than what I'm selecting for it, but it's probably okay. And then we can probably just make this that green color. That should work. And what else? So yeah, I still might need to move around these vertices and cover them up more and stuff, but if we just bring that down, I don't think anyone's going to notice this. I think it'll be perfectly okay. And bring some of those down as well. Yeah, that's probably okay. It's starting to look a little bit not so egg-shaped, but I think it's hopefully okay to be doing that. We can bring this one back out because it probably needs to be, and then try to move the grass around. Yeah, that needs to be back out. So either not have this grass here because we don't really need it, or just like move it out more. Yeah, we can move it out more. Whoops. I kind of want to have another one here, but it's not super necessary. I just like how it looks. And that covers up some of the crimes anyway. It's like no one here tonight. What did I do wrong, chat? Nobody's even talking to me. We can move some of these vertices around probably. Yeah, that works. And we gotta keep in mind that we're gonna be looking at this basket like probably about that scale most of the time. So these are kind of like really too high res anyway. But I forgot to color then that grass. Okay. Let's color the basket some sort of, I don't know what color basket I want it to be. I was thinking just to have like a light brown tan basket, but maybe like a kind of like more like a white one would actually be okay. Let's try. Yeah, you know what? That would probably look better. That's nicer probably, except that it's kind of the same color as that egg, so I might have to change that egg. Maybe, probably. We'll have a different texture on the basket, I think. We can go darker with this. Yeah, you know, maybe that's okay. And then the egg pops more. It doesn't blend in with the brightness of the eggs. That's actually better. Okay, so I need to double up on some of these faces. Actually, it'd probably be easier if I select everything and then deselect what I don't want, probably. Yeah. So double up on all those and whoops. And then let me make sure it's still doubled. Yep. Flip those directions so we always have a back face and a front face for all that grass. I guess I had to double up on these anyway. Damn, I wasn't thinking of that. Fuck. One option is just have it as its own draw call and have back faces on, but like at that point, what's the point? So that means when I tried to make this better, this handle wasn't really helping anything. I guess what I should have done is just merge the points on the bottom. So that kind of sucks. And now to bring these back together, I'm not really sure how to do that. Hey Banto, how you doing? I can individually merge these points. I mean, maybe that's what I have to do since I made the mistake. All right, since that's the only way I know how to do it in Blender, let's do that real quick. So I can grab all these points and then merge. It's only like a few, so it's not gonna be that bad. However, I have to do it like again on the other side, I guess. Doing good, drinking tea, Easter stuff. Yep. I should probably show you the game with what we have right now with the Easter stuff. Once I'm done merging these few points, I'll show you real quick. Did I do this one? I think I did, but just in case I didn't. Okay, so right now, what I've done in this stream, we have the bunny ears on the player. We have these two different eggs spawning in the village. They're not necessarily all placed correctly and so need to be worked out a little bit. And then we also have these buntings on the buildings. So you see here, this nice like Easter colored bunting. And then we also have somewhere, do I have one that's down low? Yeah, over here. We have like this nice patterned Easter egg bunting as well. So that's what we have. And right now I'm modeling an Easter basket. Let me show you that, filled with eggs. So that's what we're doing currently. Okay, so I guess I want to make a face for all these. It's such a shitty manual way to do this, but it'll work, so it's okay. Big tree and some benches. Yeah, you're right. I should be doing that. The villages used to be a little bit better, and then I changed like something about the size of them, and so I redid the layouts. So I don't have the, it's not quite as good looking as it used to be. We did used to have benches. Not really. Well, we kind of had trees. We had tree planters. They weren't big though, but I just have to make better layouts for everything. Okay, almost done with this. Okay, and then that one here, which I should be able to hopefully do a loop select on there. No, maybe not, because, oh yes, again. Then we want to bring that down into the middle, which I think we can just set something to the Y. What axis is that? That's this axis, so it's the Y axis. So if I set that down to 0, that should center it. Yeah, so that got rid of a couple polygons, not a whole lot, but a couple. Whoops, and then we want to bring that back down to around there, I suppose. And then we need to do vertex colors. Can probably even make that white egg a little bit lower poly. I'm gonna move this around a little bit. Maybe that's okay. All right, I want to put a texture on this basket, but I don't know with the sag texture if I really have a good looking like woven or any kind of texture that would work for this well. See what happens if I just unwrap it by default. Could try that. It's not the best unwrapping. Should probably put some edge seams or whatever they're called in there. Let's just see. I really don't have a good texture for it anyway. It could be pretty flat and it won't be the end of the world. Let's see if we use this, the coral texture, which I'm probably not even going to leave. I'm going to change that. Yeah, that's a weird unwrapping that did anyway. I guess we don't need to have this part of the same unwrap. So let's just unwrap it like that. That might be a little bit better, but it's basically the same thing actually. So it needs a seam. Yeah, it's a little bit better. But I don't know what texture I'd want on it anyway. If we scale this out, maybe something like that would look okay. Yeah, that's kind of okay. It's kind of like a weird woodeny, swirly texture. Not bad. Now I kind of want to re-unwrap that and see if I can do that with the inner part. I want everything to be on stack texture. Okay, that's better. I know it made everything dull now, not the right colors, but I just need to focus on this. So if we re-unwrap that, maybe, or no, what if we just grab, it's not going to be a line though, but what if we just grab this and scale it a little bit? Maybe up as well. Kind of sucks that that won't be a line, but you know, nobody's going to see that anyway. So I think it's okay. And then I guess I should be doing something similar on this face. Can I unwrap here? No, I gotta go into edit mode. All right, how's that gonna unwrap by default? Probably really weird, right? Yeah. Maybe that's okay. I know it doesn't look like it would be, but if we bring this, why is that? Why is Blender choose that as a default way to unwrap that? I mean, obviously I can change that, but it kind of works anyway. Yeah, it kind of works. It's got a nice swirl there. Which is the front? Yeah, that's the front. The front looks nicer, which is good. That's kind of what we want. And then we just need to do a better vertex paint on there. Does this have a texture on it? Hold on, what the fuck? These shouldn't have any texture on them. It's not. It's doing like weird half opacity, it looks like, on it. Yeah, it's doing like weird shit with opacity. That's probably mostly because, let's see, if we unwrap these real quick and set their scale to 0 and their point to 0. Okay, that still happens, but now if we bring that out, I don't know what's up with the opacity there. Does that fix it? Yeah, that fixed it. So it's just a weird thing with how Blender is reading the texture. I kind of want to leave those at 0. I'll just ignore it because it's just a Blender thing. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. It's just a Blender thing. It's not going to affect in-game. Okay, this one still might look a little bit cut in half at certain angles, maybe tiny bit. Let's try to grab some of these points and make them not so shitty. And then we can bring this grass out, hopefully. Oh, right, we're doubling up on those. I forgot. Oh, we got that there. It's okay. Whoops. Let's see what that looks like. That might look a little shit. Well, there, that might be better. Maybe I should bring this view up as well. Jeez, my throat, sorry. We bring this one out as well, and then maybe this one too. But let's see. Texture. Yeah, that's not bad. All right, so it needs a little bit more vertex paint in certain areas, but I'm going to try just seeing what it looks like in game. It's also probably scaled way too big. So let's bring that down. Something like that. It's also floating a little bit. It looks like. Let's see what this point is at. That'd be the z-axis. Okay, it's basically on the ground now. I think it might be technically a little bit below the ground, which is, I guess, what we want. That's fine. Okay, yeah, probably needs a little bit more texturing and a little bit more vertex coloring. But let's just see that in game. So we want to triangulate it. And we ended up finally finalizing at 384 triangles. Pretty good. Because we were up to over 500 at that point. It's not great, but we probably won't have that many of them outside the world. Indoors, the poly count barely matters because, you know, we're not rendering an entire world. So hopefully when we have enough Easter decor, there'll only be hopefully maybe 10-ish baskets in a village. And, you know, then that's only 3,800 triangles, which is not that bad. Okay, so did I export this? I don't remember. No, I did not. Okay, and then let's import it. Whoops, that's the wrong file. And then let's go into here. This is Easter basket. Maybe I should call it like Easter egg basket. Yeah, you know what? I prefer that because maybe we'll have like a basket filled with like a chocolate bunny and some other candies. Okay, so that would go under small Easter. Could also maybe like have it as a hanging one. That would work. So it's Easter egg basket, and we want that on texture 2. Okay, so if I refresh now, if I didn't fuck that up, let me see how the front was in Blender real quick. Yeah, so that's the way I want it. Yep. Now we should see it in game, and we'll see how terrible I chose my textures and colors. It'll probably be a little bit flatter than what I want. Also, maybe broken. No, just a little lax peak. No errors in console. We're good. Okay, I see them, so they're working. They might be a little bit flatter than I want because I didn't finish doing all the vertex colors. Wait for the buildings to generate. All right, there they are. Clips through that sidewalk, but we don't have to worry about that. On the porch, it looks okay. Yeah, again, a little bit flat. I need to have like a gradient on the basket and then maybe a gradient on the eggs, although I kind of like the eggs a little flat. But the basket definitely needs some sort of vertex colors to give it a little bit more depth. The eggs and the grass and everything, I don't have that much of a problem with. Oh, the face. Either I delete it or it's a back face. Actually, we could probably look at that in here to check that. Maybe not. Okay. Maybe that's a little bit difficult. Okay. But yeah, the bottom green face, or like the bottom of the basket, I'm guessing that is backwards. Actually, it makes sense if it's backwards. Yeah, it is, because I grabbed it from the bottom. So let's fix that real quick. Flip the direction on that. I'll re-export it, but I'm not going to refresh just for that one little face. Just so we have it updated though. We'll have that here. And then I will re-export it, import it, all the good stuff. Okay. Hope I did that right. The scale's pretty good. Yeah, the scale feels right. The eggs are a little bit large, but I think it's okay. It looks nice. I wish it had that flat green plane on the bottom, on the inside of the basket, but I don't want to refresh just to see that really. I should do vertex paint. I guess I'll do that next. I don't really feel like it. But that is nice looking. So based off this model, if I really wanted to, I could also have like just a little grassy patch of eggs. That would work too. I could have it in a bowl. I could have it in a nest. And maybe do a little bit of different things like patterning some of them, because it'd be pretty easy to put at least like a stripy pattern on them. It would maybe show, if we did pattern them, it would show a little bit more of like how they're, I distorted the mesh a lot and how they're very low poly, because you'd see the edges a lot more easily. So that'd be the one downside of that, but it looks nice. Let me do the vertex colors on the basket so there's a bit of a gradient to it. So that is under vertex paint, right, like that. And then if I have this selected, okay, so the bottom needs to be darker. Actually, let's do this whole bit. Yeah, that's, I guess, fine. And then I'll have to decide if I want to have an even darker bottom. I guess I should. Gotta be a little bit more careful with my placement here. Hopefully that's not too dark. Hopefully we're not adding too much contrast to this. And then I guess we should have a lighter top here. Let's do it on this and then smooth the entire model, I suppose. Or at least some of the faces for the model. So I might want to make this brighter than I normally would, because it's going to smooth it out. So let's go like that level. And then if I set the smooth vertex colors on this, let's see, smooth vertex colors. Yeah, that makes it a lot less noticeable. I mean, the hard edge might be fine too. In fact, if we do a little combination of both, just see, that might be even better. Yeah. Let's try that out. Yeah, I think I like the little hard edge, but also a little bit of softness here. And then I think I also want to make the bottom like dark as fuck, because you're not going to see that, because it's going to blend down into it. I can honestly probably even go to black. You're not really going to see that. Okay, and then maybe I should be doing a little bit of color change just on this seam right here, like right on the bottom edge of this. Maybe I should be grabbing a color like that. So if I painted that, I'd have to paint both sides. Also, it doesn't seem like that's the right color. Hold on. Yeah, I'd have to paint both sides. It's a bit of a pain, but I guess I should. I can't find where that last one is because it's through the model, so it's a bit annoying, but maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, then I have to do this side. I want to flip around again to the other side. See if I can get that face a little bit better. Yeah, I think I got it now. Okay, so that has a lot more depth and texture and less flatness to it. I should maybe do it on the eggs, but again, I kind of like the eggs pretty flat. It kind of worked out. Okay, so again, we're gonna re-export that, and then this time I will refresh it because we'll be getting both the correct bottom on the inside of the basket, that green bottom, and then also the new shading to check out. I'm worried that I made the contrast a little bit too much, like especially on the very bottom of the basket where it's that dark brown. It might just be a little bit too contrasty, but we'll see. Okay, hope I did that right, and we will refresh. Oh, we also have the Easter eggy loader thing with the carrots and the Easter eggs and the Easter egg colors. Trying to think of Easter mini games. I could like try to follow a rabbit down into a hole or something. I don't know. Just bunnies running around in the fire tower mini game where the bunnies are running out of the forest. There we go. That's Easter mini game. Some bunnies on fire screaming out of the forest. All right, I guess that's a bit better. I definitely like that top rim having a definition to it now. It's still pretty flat, but that's okay. I didn't want to make it like too crazy. The contrast on the very bottom, I mean, it's a little contrasty, but that's okay. I like the lightness of the rim on top. I probably even could have went lighter. Yeah, it's still a little flat, but it's good enough for now. I'm not gonna tweak the same model for like 5.5 hours, so I like it. Or I could keep criticizing things that I might want to change, like the basket handle should be a little bit wider, a little bit thicker. But again, none of that matters. Nobody's gonna play this game and say, "Man, that handle should have been a little bit thicker." Okay, I gotta do carrots. I gotta do bunnies. I wish I could have the string lights across the village. Maybe I should try that. Oh, I also have to do a wreath. Hey, Shagon, how you doing? Um, let's do like a flowery, like forsythia wreath. I know it's not necessarily Easter; it's more like springy. But I'm interested in trying that. I'm trying to think if I just want to make it from scratch or if I want to use one of my other wreath models, like from Christmas time. I'm a little worried about if I do it the way I have it in my head, what the poly count is going to be like. Sick and tired of sleeping. I wish I'd be sleeping right now. All right, so let's make sure it's saved, make a new file. Get rid of this. And then let's just have some planes with the right texture on. I guess planes. Yeah, planes are better. I was gonna do triangles to make it more efficient, but it'll be easier to work with planes. I'm just a little worried about the poly count that might end up happening with this. But we want to have this for. I guess I should just make two right off the bat. One for the branch, one for the flowers on the branch. let's go to UV editing. Let's grab both of these and have it on the static texture. And then we have, we have one of these branches, and then we have like some flower petals. Although that flower petal is not ideal because I'm gonna have to stack more of those, but we'll have to see how it goes. So let's unwrap both of these. Let me see how I did that. Hold on. Oh, I made those two separate objects. Shit. All right, let's delete both of those objects. Let's create a plane, and then in edit mode, do this the right way, and create two of these. Okay, unwrap both of those. We'll put that one on here. And then this one, I'm a little more concerned about because we don't have like a dense flower one. So I could use this, but then I'm going to have to stack it with more polygons. Maybe I should use a triangle for this one. Let's bring this down. And then let's look at that in texture mode. It probably needs, okay, it has transparency. Okay, good. Actually, I was going to scale those flowers so they were up a little bit further, but that's not bad how it is. And then I guess I have to double up on a bunch of these because the back faces are going to be an issue. I don't even know if we need the branch, but let's start with something and see how it goes. So go to texture here. It's also vertex paint it, and the top one is going to be yellow. Maybe something like that. And then bottom one's going to be like some sort of browny color. I don't know. Start with that. I think the yellow I chose is a bit too orangey-ish. Maybe. Maybe a bit more like that. I don't know. It looks pretty gaudy right now, but unfortunately, when I'm looking at it here, everything's gonna be half the brightness. Damn it! I did the wrong ones. Fuck! Really? Damn it! All right, let's have this stored and have this stored so we can easily swap them. Why is that not coloring? What am I doing wrong? Okay, there we go. Let's call this Forsythia Wreath .blend. And then let's go into edit mode. And again, like I was trying to say before I realized I did that wrong, is like the yellow is going to look a lot more dull because everything is half the brightness in Blender. Okay, so let's maybe leave the scale alone on the flowers, but move them up the stem a little tiny bit. Maybe. All right, how is this going to work? What is front? I don't want this to look too two-dimensional either, so we're gonna struggle with that. What if we did like, how do we do that? There's that whole function with that. If I move my pivot point, is that how you do it? Oh, that is how you do that. Interesting. I don't usually use this, but maybe this time I will. Can I? Oh, I can go to 360 degrees. But why do I only see 2? Is it on until I apply it, or is it that? Okay, there we go. Huh, that's an interesting way to do this. Oh, fuck. but then we'll also have to like randomize each one quite a bit. I probably should have grouped them better so they're easily, they're more easy to edit together, but because obviously there's like way too much repetition here. But that's an easy way to kind of cheat this to get it started. How many triangles do we have here? 64? That's not bad. I don't usually use that tool in Blender, but maybe I should have been all along. So if we like randomly rotate them a bit this way, that might help. And definitely give it depth, which we definitely need. I guess it would be double the triangles we're looking at, because at least some of them I would be doubling up on the back faces. Also, what if we scaled on the individual origins? It's hard to see, but what if we did something looks a bit like shit, but maybe when we edit it further it'll be better. Maybe not. Inverse those. Okay, that's okay-ish. We definitely need to like randomize everything. There's a couple ways we can do that. We can just run the randomize tool in Blender. One way to do it. And you know, it actually kind of works. Honestly, I mean, that kind of works amazingly. That was like the least amount of effort I ever had to put into a model. It might be a little bit too dense, but if I do that, you know what? I can work with this. That was amazingly simple. I think I want to change it up a little bit though, which is unfortunate because I have to like get back to that base model, which is going to be maybe a pain. Let's see, how much do I have to go back to get that base model back? Okay, let's start with this again, but then now that I know what I'm doing a little bit, handle this a little bit differently. Yeah, a little bit more like that. Because I want it to be a lot tighter in. And then, yeah, something like that. But I think I'm spawning too many of them. Hold on. Undo. Oh, fuck, I fucked up the undoing. Damn it. I hate Blender. Why does Blender do this to me? That's okay. I'll just grab what I think are two of these. Okay. They're inverse, but that's okay. And then run it again. Yeah, so I think it's needs to be much more sparse, something like that. 319, that's interesting. Why not 360? Whatever. And then let's run that randomize function on the whole thing again. And then that time might be a bit too much, but we can tweak these values so they feel better. Huh. And then we can like scale this out on just this axis to help it out. I don't hate that. It's kind of nice actually. Whoops, pressing all the wrong things in Blender. I should probably save this before I lose it. Scale it up a tiny amount. So how many triangles? This is 44 triangles currently. However, if I double up each and every one of them, which I can, that's not a big deal, then it'll be 88. I don't like a couple just perfectly straight. Hey Panda, how you doing? I don't like a couple of perfectly straight branches here. So I can just modify those and like have them hidden a bit more, bring some more flowers out front. I can either create new ones or just rotate existing ones. or translate existing ones. Yeah, that's a bit better on that one. I like that. And then let's do something for this one. That's probably flowers for that one. It's probably, I can't believe how easy that was to do using Blender tools. Is that the flowers? No, that's the branch. All right, I'll move the branch back, I guess. Or I'll just move this part of the branch back, maybe. Whoops. Yeah, that works. And then I kind of expose a new one. It's kind of like a cycle, but that's okay. I'll get this till it works. It might also mess with the look of it if I triangulate it. Let's see if that changes it. I don't think it will. It does a little bit. Damn. Okay, that's annoying. I'm up to today. So I'm making the game East 3. And I added these little Easter baskets. I've added these Easter eggs. I've added this Easter egg bunting here. I've added the Easter bunny ears that I'm wearing. There's also another, more traditional bunting here. And now I'm doing a forsythia wreath for hanging on like the windows and stuff. Thank you, Panda. Okay. I mean, I could leave the couple straight branches or just delete them, or it doesn't really matter. I kind of want to cover that up with a flower petal, though. Is this flowers? Yes. Okay, let's grab that one and see if I can manually improve the situation here. Cover it up a little bit. Yeah, you know what? That's not bad. Okay, and then let's scale it out again on this axis. I don't know if I did that for this model, but that changes it a little bit. But you know what? It doesn't actually need to be scaled out further. It may actually be too far scaled out. Oh, does it? I'm glad to hear that, Shygon. Because a lot of people say this game only runs at 5 FPS. So I'm glad to hear that. Aspect ratio. I guess I'll do that one day. It should be fairly easy to implement. I just have to be a little bit careful about the UI getting cut out. But I think it scales. I might not even have to worry about that too much because the UI scales pretty fine with different aspect ratios. I just don't have like a UI feature to change it. But one day that'll be a thing. Okay, so I think I'm basically done with this. I can't believe how fast I was able to create that. So I don't know where I want the center point for the model to be. I also want to scale the model down, I'm quite sure. To some, whoops, not individual origin points. I guess our 3D cursor, I just need to bring my 3D cursor back to 0, 0, 0. All right. So I want to scale it down. That's almost for sure. And then I guess I want to see if I center it, if that is the right place to be putting this. I think it also needs to come forward a little bit. Let's see what that does. Maybe I should add some color variation to the petals, but I don't have really color variation in the forsythia in the world, so it should be okay if I don't do that. All right. And then we should be able to do, basically, if I want to have like a lavender wreath or something like that, just change the color of the stems to be a lot more green, like a sagey green, and the petals to be a lavendery color, and that'll basically be it. So that will be fun to be able to have that. All right, so we want to export, export the PLY. I thought I was forgetting a step, but I don't think I am. Whoops. Okay, and then bring that in. forsythia wreath. And then that will be part of the, let me see. Right, the window I'm calling it. Even though it doesn't always get applied to windows, I should probably change some of these words. It doesn't really matter. I'll call it window Easter though, because we could have like, you know, in place of a wreath, have like a stick on like Easter egg on the window or something like that. That's why I'm naming it something like this, because it can randomly swap different models for the windows. Right now we just will have the forsythia though, and window Easter. You know what? That'll be fine. We'll also have window spring that will also have the forsythia. But since we're just focusing on Easter right now, let's do this. The texture. Let me think for a second. The texture is supposed to be 2. Yeah, that's our static texture. And then on the models that we were already doing Easter stuff, let's add the window stuff for that then. So if this had window Christmas, we're gonna grab this. I also want to separate these by holiday so it's easier to read. And I will need to clean up a little bit how I'm doing this in the future. Okay. This one, hopefully this is the last one. Maybe one more. Okay, I think that is it. Yes. Okay, cool. So let's refresh the game, and then, I mean, obviously it won't look amazing because we only have one. Oh, also, I have to double up these faces still, don't I? Yeah, because if I do, well, I don't necessarily have to actually. Actually, might be better if I don't, because if I look at this in edit mode, let's do backface culling. Yeah, you know what? I don't think I have to. I think it'll be okay. Yeah, let's refresh. Hopefully I'm remembering everything I do. Yeah, you can catch bugs. It's a little buggy, no pun intended. But it kind of worked. Yeah, it's weird. I gotta figure out what makes it wait to give us this data so long. Because the data near me should generate much more instantaneously. Now I need to make a tarantula island to make money. Yeah, that'll be the next mini game in frinlet. Just copy Animal Crossing, right? I'm already doing that. All right. This kind of worked. The position for these guys is wrong, but maybe that's not the model's fault. Maybe that's the position I stated for the building, because they're in too far. Although the question still stands, does this look good? I think it looks good. I mean, it's being used. Okay, maybe it needs to come out a bit further because it's stuck through those two. So I just have to stick it out a little bit further. I probably should have looked at what I was doing with my Christmas wreaths. But let's see, is that missing? No, it's good. Okay. So yeah, it looks okay. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I think it's a fine wreath. The zero position for it, I don't know if I'm doing that correctly. I think I might have made it a little too low. Yeah. I made it slightly too low and it needs to come out a little bit. I should open up or bring in the PLY of an existing wreath, but I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna like eyeball it and then call it done for that model. And then we can come back to that another day or later tonight. We have too much other shit to be getting done. Maybe let me save this as a new model. I'm going to call this the lavender wreath, I guess. Right? Let's see. How am I doing this? I want to grab. Well, doesn't really matter. I was going to grab the exact colors, but whatever. Oh, I want my select by color plugin. Damn it. I have that installed on Blender on my laptop but not my desktop. That's such a useful plugin and I need it now. Shit. Let me see if I can find that on the internet real quick. Blender select by color. I think it's probably this guy here. Okay, so it's probably this. I'm pretty sure. So we can just download that, right? Let's show in folder and extract that. How do I do this? Oh, I'm not used to Windows. Okay, so then how do I install this in Blender? Do I have to find the... I think I could go into user preferences, right? And then bring this over here. Add-ons, and then I open up the add-on folder. Install add-on from file. And then that is somewhere. Fuck if I know. And I don't think I could just like do that, right? Can I? Ooh, I can. I didn't think that would work. Okay. Let's do that. Hopefully it just works right away. I might have to enable it. Yeah. And then do I have to like apply? Save user settings. Okay. Very good. So now I can just grab any one of these, and then if I do select by color, it'll grab just the branches. Okay, that's what I needed. I don't know if this is exactly how I want to do it, but let's try it out and see if it looks like shit or not. So make a color. I don't know what color I even want, but something kind of like that maybe. And then let's inverse our selection. That's not how I do that. Inverse our selection and then get a lavendery color of sorts. Why no work? Paint it. Paint it on, goddammit, Blender. What's your problem? There's the flowers. Vertex paint. There we go. It worked that time. I want to look at those colors that I chose. Whoops. Like that. Okay. So like those colors kind of clash. They're not the best. I think I need more saturation. Maybe a little bit for the lavender. Maybe for both, to be honest. Okay, that's a bit better of a combination. Keep doing that by accident. For this one, oh, I didn't have them both selected. Yeah, the green might need a bit more work. A little bit darker, maybe also a little bit more saturated. Excuse me. All right, that's maybe a bit better. Yeah, I'm much more happy with that. Let's get in object mode real quick. Again, it's going to be darker. The stems might be a little bit strange. Do I have a better texture for the lavender stems? Because I might. Maybe, not really. I'm using this one. I could use this one instead, but I don't think that's any better, really. Could try doing something crazy and use like that, but like squeeze it down. But I probably shouldn't. All right, we can just try. It's just to have some variation in the village for the wreaths, so it's not just one. Maybe the size should vary a little bit too, but like maybe one should be more full. Like if I did this, edit mode, individual point origins. If I did something like this to make it just a lot more full of a wreath. No, you know what? No, it was fine how it was. Okay, again, export PLY. This is not for Forsythia wreath. This is for the lavender wreath, right? Okay, I'm not sure if I'll love that one, but I can have it in the game temporarily, and then once I have better wreaths, replace it. I should really do an Easter egg wreath. Should definitely do that. I don't need this file. And then this would have our lavender wreath, right? And then I just need to get the model data. I have too much shit open. Hold on. Get the model data for that. Now, technically, since I didn't really modify this model too much, I just did a color swap. I don't even need to re-export it. I can just like grab the Forsythia wreath model and just run through the colors in there and just swap them. But it's not a big deal. One saves file size, one saves computational power. Either way, the file size is small and the computational power is small, so it's not a big deal. And I can compress these models to bring the file size a little bit smaller. Okay, so that should work. So now, depending on how that model is set up or the building is set up, it'll sometimes choose Forsythia and sometimes choose lavender, but not completely randomly. Like if they're all supposed to be the same in the row or something, it'll know that. Or if it needs to be symmetrical, it'll know that. Hopefully I brought the new model further out. Because I just kind of eyeballed it. But if not, it's not a big deal. I should probably make the model some thicker as well. But when I tried to do that, I didn't really like how it changed the twigs and flowers. So we'll see. Yeah, maybe later in this stream, depending how much longer I'm streaming, I'll figure out what causes it to wait so long to generate data, because it really should be much much more instantaneous, especially because the terrain is. The best guess I have just off the top of my head is the file loading in the chunk builder. I don't know if I can speed that up so easily. I can at least wait for the game not to start loading. Okay, so it's still a little bit inset too far. I do like the lavender though. I'm surprised that I like that. I'm trying to find one that's not inset. Okay, here. Yeah, I actually am surprised. I can get a little bit closer to that. How much that actually looks decent. I was just kind of doing it quickly so we'd have more variation. But both of them look pretty good. I just need to bring the wreath out further in the model. More so than I already did. The height though, I did a height adjust on it. Let's see if it's centered from my eyeballing of it. Maybe. Oh, did I not re-export the yeah, I just did the lavender. Whoops. So maybe it is far out enough? Maybe it is. Oh, I guess it is. It's just that I forgot to re-export the lavender. I mean the yeah. But that means I eyeballed the height adjust perfectly because that's right in the middle. And then bringing it out, I think I did a good job of that too. So all the lavenders are basically in the correct position. All the forsythias are a little bit lower than they should be and a little bit more inset than they should be. I thought I re-exported that. Let's see. Let's go to this guy here. I think that's out further and up further, but it's hard to see. Hold on, let's I'm gonna try to compare these. Like we can look at the Z position, so it's 0.11, right? Okay, it's global space. 0.11 in Z. And then grab this. Okay, so they are updated. I just maybe either didn't create the PLY or didn't import the PLY. One of those two. So let's do both since I don't know how I fucked that up. I think I just didn't import it. I think I exported it and didn't import it. Because I don't remember doing this part again. Okay, that's good. Should do an eggy wreath. Hey, the life is yours. How you doing? Yeah, so I should do a Easter egg wreath. Also maybe like a more mossy wreath with white eggs, but then a different one with like the colorful Easter eggs. The hardest part is that the eggs, if I'm doing a 3D egg, is kind of high poly. And there'll be a lot more wreaths than there will be baskets probably in the villages in the long run when I have more variety to select from. So maybe I'll cheat those a little bit. I'll do a little bit more like kind of almost like a billboard at flat face or something, but not quite that. Like so these eggs here are perfectly flat, right? Which is fine because they're just like for bunting. Thank you, the life is yours. It's very kind of you. But these are perfectly flat, which is fine because they're not meant to look like real eggs. Really, they're meant to look like kind of like a paper craft thing. So I'll base it off that, but then I'll like push out. I'll do kind of like I want to say extrude, but not really. But basically, just warp the model so the center of it is pushed out a little bit, just to try to keep the poly count as low as possible. Yeah, let's do that right now. So I guess since I already have it done, I'll open up our Easter egg bunting file, and then I just want to make sure I don't save over this by accident, so I'm going to call this our Easter egg wreath, right? Because I just want to be able to grab this geometry. let's have two versions of the geometry to play around with because I don't know which one will work out better. And delete everything else. I guess it would make more sense for me to select the ones I want. Whoops, not that one. And then inverse it and then get rid of everything else, right? That would save everybody's time. Keep doing that by accident. God damn it. Okay. Let's get rid of all that. We don't need that. So these are the two that I want to work on. So one thing I can do to kind of fudge the 3D-ness of this a little bit in the wraith is just bring this orthographic. Let's make this perspective. Just to bring this out a little bit, kind of like so. And then depending on how I show that, well, not exactly like that, but depending on how I let the user see that, it'll look 3D enough because it's going to go inside a wraith. So you don't have to see the backside of them. Okay, so given that we have that, we can try doing it on this one as well by doing like a manual version of that. So if I guess limited dissolve this and then just cut it open in some places that it's going to be a very similar effect. I just want to cut this open, not exactly like that. Also, it would probably be better if I did this a little bit more mathematically accurate, but maybe this will just make it look a little bit more organic. Kind of like that, I guess. And then I guess I should triangulate this right away. And then let's see what the triangle count difference is between these. And which looks better. Okay, so they're the same exact amount of triangles, I think. Yeah, they're the same exact amount of triangles. I can obviously cut one up again. I probably should have saved a flat version to mess around with. Yeah, let's undo that a little bit. I want to save this and duplicate one, right? So let's put on orthographic and then just bring one and put it over here for now. And then let's do basically the same thing again. I just wasn't thinking the first time around. Maybe I'll bring it out a little bit further this time and try to make it a little bit lower poly if possible. I don't remember exactly how many cuts I made before, but let's try that. And then we'll triangulate this one. The nice thing about if I just do this one here is, well, I can cut this a little bit differently to make it a little bit better as well. I probably do want to do that, but I can have this zigzag pattern going across it. And maybe I can do it on this one if I'm a little bit careful about how I cut it up, but since I already have that, I don't need to do that again. All right, so those are kind of our two options. Maybe we'll bring this out a little bit further. I think this is the better option. I think also if I cut this a little bit differently, so we should dissolve this face and god damn it, how am I gonna do that? I shouldn't have brought it out yet. I guess I wanted to cut it this way and then bring this point out. Can I dissolve the edge now? Dissolve edges? Yeah, that worked. Kind of. Sort of, but not really. Okay, that did end up working. And then I think I want to cut this one the other way. I think this one will end up working better. Dissolve that edge. Yeah. That's pretty good. Just to give a little like pseudo 3D effect to it. Yeah, that's better in multiple ways. Number one, we can do the zigzag pattern on them. Number two, we can make a solid stripe go across it instead. Number three, it looks a little bit better with the 3D because this is like very flat in the front. This has a nice curve to it. So I think I decided what I want. They are still 20 polygons, but that's really not too bad. Whoops, I want to delete those vertices. Okay, let's save this. And then let's don't know how I want to do this exactly. I want to have some sort of base for the wreath. I could grab my Christmas wreath and try to like make that look a little bit more springy and then shove some eggs in it. Tempted to do that. Let's try that real quick. So if how do I import? Okay, import PLY. And let me just find an old wreath. I guess this one will do fine, probably. And then it rotates it wrong, which is annoying. It's a separate object, which is also kind of annoying. Hopefully the UVs, yeah, the UV should be fine, I think. Is that at 0, 0? No, it's not. Maybe? My 3D cursor, what? Oh, okay, it is. I lie. Okay, so let's look at that with textures and apply the texture that it needs. So it's for this one. Give it static. Okay, that's much better. You've been live for 6 hours. I should sleep less to keep up with you. Well, at least none of my VODs get muted because I don't have any music playing. So, sleep as much as you need, and then if you feel like you're missing out, I guess watch the VODs, right? Okay, so I mean, this definitely looks like a piney wreath, so it's not great. It's also kind of a lot of triangles, but it's not the worst. So let's see if I can do something about maybe the texture that it chooses and try to make it look somehow it's better here when we can talk. Yeah, it's true, especially because like earlier in this stream, for a few hours, like nobody was in chat. So I'm grateful for you being here and talking with me. The life is yours. Okay, so I don't really like the pininess of that. Let's try this for a second. I don't really know what I want the base of this wreath to look like, though. Maybe. I don't know. It could kind of work. Yeah, I don't know why today was different. Because the last few streams that was not an issue, but maybe I did something wrong. Can this work? Also, we need to join these two objects. So let's go to object mode and click on this and then click on this and then it's like Control J or something, right? Yeah, that worked. All right. So again, let's go to make this have a texture that we can see. I want this on shadeless. I guess it's not terrible. There's like weird gaps and stuff, but that's because of the did you send an alert in the Discord? Like when I went live? Yeah. If that's what you mean. Like I put in the chat message live now. Is that all I have to do? Okay, so let's move this guy somewhere else. And then let's figure out what's going on with this wreath to make it look not so shitty. Kind of want to randomize it as well, because that worked out really well for the other one. Maybe? At everyone. Isn't that annoying though? Don't people complain about not liking that? I don't want to annoy people. I think I just randomized the wreath a little bit too much. Okay, let's try that again, but then let's tweak the amount and uniforms and normals and all that shit. I think I want it to be more uniform. Let's see if I have this all the way up. Does that? Okay, that does work still. Let's do another randomize. And maybe one more. I'm pushing it. Maybe. I don't know if I like this. Can't tell. It's like kind of has some weird pits of emptiness in it, but when I have my eggs, maybe that'll help it along. Also, I can maybe try to fill the triangles better with the UVs, and that might help. Let's see. Yeah, like if we bring this in a little bit, that should help quite a bit. That definitely helped. Okay, so now if I go here, add some sticks. Yeah, maybe. That's what I did for the other ones. I was just hoping I can do a different look and feel to this one, but maybe you're right. The way I'm envisioning it in my head is like a mossy wreath with some eggs in it. However, it definitely doesn't really look like moss, but that might not be bad once there's some eggs in there. Maybe. And maybe the bits that stick out a little far, I'll just tweak. Let me just go into Google real quick. So we were Googling some Easter decor stuff yesterday, this was, I think. Let's maybe search Easter wreath. That's nice. None of these are really what I have in my head. The closest one is this, and that's still not what I have in my head. We could also do something like that, but that's not what I'm doing right now. That's cool. Not really what I had in my head, but I could do something like that instead. What I have in my head anyway isn't really what it is looking like, because like this is the closest to what I have in my head. If you look up the Christmas one, if you look up Christmas ones, they're a lot more forced. Yeah, but I don't want it to look Christmassy. But maybe that's adding the sticks would help, you're saying, and make it look not Christmassy? This is definitely the closest to what I have in my head, but more covered in moss uniformly and then not have like all these flowers and leaves, more like just moss and eggs. But let's just see what happens with this, I guess. And then we'll export it, and then if it needs things different about like twigs and stuff, we'll do that. All right, just a few bits that are sticking out weird, which is mostly just that one. I fixed hopefully now. And then let's grab some of these eggs and maybe have them be a little bit more. I don't want to push it though. I do want them to look 3D and not flat, but I obviously don't want to push that. That could work though. This one's a bit far out. Why is that? I guess if I want those all to be on the exact same plane, I could scale them down to 0 on that plane, on that axis. All right, let's see if these even like kind of can go in here and not look like shit. I may have to redo how this wreath situation is. Fuck, I don't know. I could have just stuck to my old base for the wreath and that was fine. It was pretty flat and good. All right, let me see this Google search. Right, okay, yeah. This is kind of what I had in my mind. Apparently I just need to speak Norwegian to find what I'm looking for. but like a mossy guy like that. It's not really what I'm making. Like, it's what I'd like to make, but like that, but with eggs. That with eggs. You know, moss, and then just have like, I don't know, eight eggs or so just inside there. I just don't have the right texture for it, I don't think. Maybe that's not bad. Whoops. Maybe? Kinda? Kinda, sorta? Maybe the eggs are a little bit too big as well. Let's do a... How do I want to do this? Let's grab all the eggs if I can. And not the wreath. And scale each egg down a little bit. Oh, there's 2 there? Why is there 2 there? I did not mean to do that. Scale them down. Then I could have like more. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong in life, years. That's why I'll try to do moss. It won't look like moss, but it will hopefully look good. Because normally things don't look how they are in my head, but that's okay because they don't need to. They just need to look good enough to have in the game. That's kind of cool. I like that. There's a couple of places where things are clipping, which I will edit. I mean, I can have a little bit of clipping too. It's probably not the end of the world. That's not too bad. I can't select that egg. Or I'll select a different one. Damn it. Okay, there we go. How many eggs is too many eggs? Did I pass that point? I think at this point, this area here just bothers me a little bit. I can't fucking select that though. There we go. I need to move that egg. That's a bad egg. Whoops. Okay, that's a bit better. Now over here, I might want to do a little bit of tweaking. When there's more eggs than there are not eggs. How many polygons is this? Shit. I went overboard. Maybe it's okay, but I definitely went overboard. The amount of polygons this is probably more than some of the buildings in the game. Also, is it weird how flat they are like that? I can try to distort that a little bit. All right, let's see how many polygons just the eggs are versus the leaves to see if I can fix this at all. So if we do a select by color and I get rid of those for a second. Okay, so just the eggs are the majority of this, it looks like. And they have a double up there. I want to make sure there's no doubles or anything, which there probably aren't. No. So yeah, this is 400 triangles, and this is 472. So really, I was not expecting. What were the eggs at? Weren't the eggs like 20 a piece? I mean, I guess I am kind of doing a lot. What is going on here? What happened to this poor egg? What the fuck? I don't know what happened to that egg. Let's get another one in its place. Okay, how many eggs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-ish. So I guess it makes sense. I mean, I guess there should be 20 and I didn't count right or something. Although they were fewer because, hold on. Let's look by color and see if this makes more sense. Right, so we have 360. So whatever 360 divided by 20 is, that's 18. Yeah. So that makes sense. I mean, I like it though, so I kind of want to use it, even if it is overly high poly. Maybe I should just get rid of some eggs. We don't need this many eggs. I'll save this and I'll have it as another version. I will Easter egg wreath 1 and 2, and then the second one, let's just get rid of some of these. Okay. So that brings it all the way down to 272. That's quite a bit better. Let's see if it looks good still. Yeah, it's not bad. I need to move some of them around a little bit, but definitely not bad. Kind of want to group them in clumps and then have, sparseness, like a group of 2 and then nothing, and then a group of 2 and then nothing. Maybe even groups of 3, but then we're probably going to bring the poly count up high again. Something like that might look kind of cool though. Whoops. Kind of like that. Yeah, that's not bad. That's a little bit better. That's not bad. Let's look at this in object mode real quick. Yeah. That's okay. I'm happy with that. And it's 200. Okay, this face right here sticks out too much, but this is 272 triangles, so it's quite a bit better. Okay, something like that. I don't know if I like my egg color, but that's something we can test in game. Especially because I believe there's texture on all of these, so the egg color looks more dull in Blender. Well, everything looks more dull in Blender than it will in game. A little empty there. Let's make one more face. Wonder if I was doing stuff with back. Oh, let's look at backfaces real quick. But we want backface going on. Okay, that's right. But I wonder if that means I'm wasting some faces, but it's on the wreath anyway, not like on the eggs, and the eggs are the, computationally expensive thing here, or not the high poly count thing, basically. I want to select that face. So we want to do texture. All right, let's just see what this is like. And then maybe we'll have one with multicolor eggs. Some with just white eggs, some with pattern eggs. The options are endless. There's like a bit of emptiness there, but hopefully it won't. Well, we can modify that later, but hopefully it won't look too empty in game. We will see. Square eggs? Why would we want square eggs? They won't look like eggs. They'll look like cubes. I mean, if they looked like eggs, then I guess it'd be fine. But how do you make a square look like an egg? Oh, endless possibilities. Okay. Well, I guess you discovered the end to the endless possibilities. Sorry, that was a little mean. This is for the Easter egg wreath. And then we just want to put this here. Easter egg wreath. And then let's just refresh. And then I probably won't like the colors. I probably won't like that it's missing little chunks of leaves or petals or whatever the hell they are. Okay, I'll click on that in a second. What is this? Hold on. Why won't this tab come in? Come on, you can do it. Okay, there we go. No, I've never seen this in my life. They look like sugar cubes or salt cubes or something. Hey, I think the egg wreaths don't look that bad in game, but I will come back to that. Let's look at these square eggs. It's a great read. I mean, I know Donald Duck. I didn't know there's a whole square egg thing about Donald Duck. Huh. Well, that's pretty damn interesting. See, if somebody showed me this, I would not know that those were supposed to be eggs. What the fuck? Oh, you're right. Square chickens. Wow. Yeah. Huh. That's pretty funny. Well, maybe I'll have to do that now. I'll have to have some square eggs on the wreaths. All right, so it doesn't look bad. It's probably not worth 200 triangles, but it looks okay. Looks kind of nice. Does look nice, actually. I do like it. 200, what is it? 273 triangles. 273. And about 200 of those, actually, probably exactly 200 of those are for the eggs. So we have some options. I can make these eggs lower poly. Lot it. Well, yeah. But that still wouldn't help at the highest level of detail. But yeah, for when we're further away, yeah. I don't even have to probably show the wreath at all. Maybe I would, but no eggs, or billboard eggs or square eggs. But I mean, obviously the game can handle it. It's not like an issue, because I can have dozens of these wreaths, and it's not really an issue. And they're only 200 piece, and we have like 700,000 polygons right now, right? So, a couple thousand in wreaths is not like the end of the world, since we have quite a few of the wreaths, But let's just see if we didn't have a pattern on them. Really, if we didn't care about the pattern, well, we could maybe even go to the extreme and billboard them, or not necessarily billboard, but just make them flat planes. But let's just see if I can. Let's have it so this is not visible. Let's get rid of this. So it's by color. Whoops. By color, right? And then we'll just move that, like, I don't know, we'll move it up 2 units. Whoops, what am I doing wrong? Okay. Let's get texture back on. Move that up 2 units. Get it out of the way. Right? Let's see if I just merged these, right? Whoops. Let's try that again. Merge these. Well, shit. Merge these. Okay, I can probably get away with that. Merge these and this. I mean, I can cut this a little bit more elegantly. And that would probably help it. If I merged all these, but then I changed where this was cutting. If I changed it, so let's have a new cut. And had it here, and then had it here, and then we dissolve that line. That is so terrible. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Let's dissolve this edge. It's a little bit better, but there's still some weirdness. Which one do I want? I want to have this one, right? And how many polygons are we really saving? So that goes from 20 down to 14. So it's not going to make a huge difference. We go from 200 polygons for that part to 140. Okay, I have some ideas that will improve this. Let's bring this back, and then let's scale it on the the y-axis to 0, so it's flat, and then we can we can dissolve it, limit it, dissolve. Okay, so we have a flat egg. We can try just doing flat, and that's 6. Let's triangulate this real quick. Okay, so that would be 6 triangles, and so we bring it all the way down to 60. We can try cutting it maybe just like right here and bring it out. We can try flat. I'm a little afraid to do that, but hold on. Let's save this as a new version, right? And let's open. I just want to make sure the other version is working fine. Yeah, okay, that's the other version. That's fine. Let's go back to this one. Yeah. And then I guess we'll make them all flat. So how do I want to do that? Do I want to do that individually? Yeah, we'll do that individually. So we're going to scale that on each one. Whoops, let's do box select, because I don't want to fuck with that stuff up there. And then on the y-axis, correct? Yeah, the y-axis, let's scale that down. 0, so they should be flat now. Yes, and then on all these, let's do a limited dissolve. Okay, so in theory, we can do that, and that brings the entire wreath down to 133 triangles. Now, if we went ahead and, let me think. So these are 6, right, per piece, and we have 10, so it's 60. So bring it actually just to 6 or maybe 12. Okay, so what I was gonna say, if we make an actual texture, because right now I'm using basically a circle and distorting that. But if we had an actual texture, also let's triangulate these. That's a bit better, yeah. But if we had an actual texture for these guys, then they could basically be 1 or 2 triangles a piece. I just don't have an egg-shaped texture, so I'm using a circular one and then basically wasting 5 or 4 or 5, I guess it'd be, yeah, 4 or 5 triangles, getting it to be egg-shaped. Let's see how this looks. Want to, I guess, inverse my selection and then have this on texture view and see if, you know what? That's fine. A couple of them are in the leaves a little bit too much. I'll bring those out. I don't know why I was making them 3D. I just figured they needed to be. Maybe when you're looking at looking at it much closer, it'll be a bigger deal, but I don't think it really will be. Which means, depending on how I do this, I can make it even lower poly, because all of the branches don't need to be the way they are. All the the mossy parts. But the couple eggs that are, hold on, getting hidden and covered by leaves. Damn it. We will bring out. Okay, what else was it? It was this one and this one a little bit, but not a whole lot. I guess just those 2 for the most part. Maybe this one a little bit as well. So let's go back and do edit mode. And then I could have more eggs if I want it, even though they are 6 triangles a piece. But that's better than 20. I can't have the nice pattern on these, the zigzag pattern, but that's okay. We don't need that. All right, so I want to go into see-through mode or whatever it's called and grab this one, and then I think it was this one, right? Let's do texture view. Yeah, so let's just try to bring those forward a tiny bit. So it definitely fixed this one. This one still is not the best, so maybe for that particular one I will just move that up a little bit, like so. And then this one is pretty fucked, so maybe we'll just move that. Whoops. Move that. I don't know. Here. It could be, I mean, it's not bad for it to be covered in a little bit of leaves anyway. Bring it way out, but that's probably not a good idea. Maybe that one's okay. Yeah, you know what? That one's probably okay. All right, so let's try exporting this again. I probably should make an egg texture, and then I'd be saving 50 plus triangles per wreath. Okay, So I'm not going to refresh it. I just want to like see what the difference is with what we used to have. Make sure we're not missing out too much. Yeah, you know what? I think it'll be fine. So maybe we'll make one with a lot more eggs and make it a multicolor one. Yeah, let's have another one. So I don't have to refresh for no good reason. So let's duplicate this. Or make a new version of this. Make it 4. And then we'll go a little bit crazy with the eggs, but that's okay. So I want to edit mode, then grab an egg, one that I can grab. Okay, there we go. And then let's go a little bit crazier with these again. It's gonna, it is gonna bring the count up. Hopefully not too badly. Let's see, we're up to 163. That's not so bad. I want to grab this one that I just placed. Okay, there we go. Okay, something kind of like that. I might need a couple more. This is 193. It's not the end of the world, especially if I ever come back to these with an egg texture, then it's going to be way, way better. I want one around here. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Now I want to multicolor these. Vertex paint. I guess I should move the wreath out of the way for now, like the base of it. So I could focus on this. Okay, so vertex paint. Go into this. It's kind of interesting. There's like a nice multicolorness to it. Like right now, they're not perfectly flatly colored, and I like that. But if I paint them, either I spend a lot of time painting them, so it has that, or they're just flat. But we'll try just flat and see if it's okay. So vertex paint. Bring up the panel for that. Oh, we still have the color saved. That's great. I was worried about trying to get those back. I probably should leave some white ones, so maybe I don't want to select that many. I think I like the bluish white a little bit. So I don't want to select them too much because we have other colors to get through, obviously. Am I doing this a little bit too patterned? Accidentally. Kind of. Maybe that's better. And then our blue, hopefully this blue is not too similar to the white. Kind of is. Let me select all of this. Ah, shit. Really? Wait, did I not paint them then? Hold on. What did I do wrong then? Did I paint them? Oh, I did. So they were like real similar. So either I can deal with that or make some like much more like true white. Let's compare that. I guess. I don't think I want it to be white, like full white. I think I want it to be at least a little bit lower than that because it's gonna like be weirdly glowing in the game probably. Right, so the blue needs to be a little bit redone. And then maybe a little bit more saturated. It's hard to tell with the blue background in Blender. It kind of like makes it clash. To see like how saturated it is. It kind of makes it look a little bit grayer. All right, so the white eggs, I do like them, but they are probably too white still. That's better. Okay, so we have, I think, 4 of every color at least, and then there's 5 white, but there's at least 4 of every color, it looks like. So let's try that. A bit yellowy for the white, maybe. Like just like a beigey off white, but almost white. All right, I'll go a little, very, very slightly. It's very, very slight to the beiginess. Okay. I did that. I think I went almost a little bit too far. I'm going to go back just a tiny bit. Like carefully. Yeah. All right. I'll try that. Hold on. I got to close my blinds. The sun is right in my face. Okay. Oh, can't see now. I see dots in front of my eyes. Okay. So we want to grab all of this and bring it back down. Let's do a quick texture view. Whoops, texture view. Right. Why can't I see this? There we go. Object mode. Okay. So the green is a bit of a concern. It might fade into the wreath. Other than that, it might be okay. Maybe I'll make the wreath, I don't know, different. I don't know. Let's just see what it looks in game, because these colors are a little bit different than what they actually are going to be. Actually, before I do that, let's go back to vertex color. It's going to be a little hard to see. All right, so that is the actual difference in color in game. So this green here and that green there. I guess I'll just try it and see what happens. And this is 200 triangles, really 199, but that's close enough to 200. All right, so this is like the fourth wreath, I think, something like that. Yeah. And what model do we have here? We still have this, but I think I imported the flatter one. Pretty sure. If not, I'll have to redo that, but I don't want to have to do it twice right now, so I'll have to do it twice later in case I fucked up, but I'm pretty sure I did it right. All right, so we're gonna call this the like the multicolor version of it. Can't see where I am. Okay. Paint it Easter, paint it egg, or paint it Easter egg. Yeah, paint it Easter egg wreath. Also be helpful if I spelled paint it correctly. Okay, have our rotations needed. Close our function. Okay, and then in our wreaths, let's specify that we need the paint it version as well. Okay, let's see if this looks okay. The main thing I'm worried about right now is the greenness of the green eggs and the greenness of the wreath, and if they blend in or clash together too badly. I should have a console log to see why this, because like it's so weird. The terrain generated, I don't have to wait for that, and then I have to wait for subentities, and I have to wait for grass, and then the structure stuff, which is kind of part of subentities. I don't get it. I gotta figure that out. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. I definitely don't have the brain power to do that now. I don't want to do too much programming because I've been shooting for a while and I'm tired. Okay, so we have to compare all the different wreaths. Okay, so this is our now hopefully flat version. Yeah, it looks fine. It might not look as good if you put it in your, like on the buildings it looks fine, but like in your home, because you can, you know, buy these things and then place them, it may not look as good, but I think it's good enough. We can maybe use the higher level detail model just for indoors or something. All right, let's find a multicolor one, hopefully. Yeah, the programming is not good for the brain. But it's nice with this project, you know, I can switch over to modeling because that's like just kind of like just a different part of your brain or something, and you can swap between them. So when you can't handle anymore, oh shit, I put that in the wrong place. It's like, why don't I see the multicolor ones? I put that in the wrong place. Before I refresh, let's look at the color of the greens. The greens, they're fine. They're different enough. So I accidentally put that here when I need it here. That was the issue. I'll look at the half version on the ground and decide if I like it, which I think I do. Hey, Taram, how are you doing? I guess I'll refresh again, unfortunately, because I want to see them up on the buildings. I want to see if the eggs look too flat. I can add that little bit of highlight to the eggs if I need to. I probably should. I just don't want to take the time to go through all of them. Right, but I was saying, yeah, with this project, I can swap between modeling and doing more creative stuff, and then more mathematical and logical stuff, and just swap between them back and forth. And it doesn't feel as bad. Okay, so we have our Easter baskets. We have our wreaths. Now we just need to wait for the buildings to actually show up. Why don't I see? Oh, cause that's the bit. That's the back of the building. Okay. So we have our nice like bluish, whitish eggs, and then here's our multicolor. Once this is finished lagging. Any day now. Okay. Then we have this nice multicolor version. I like the multicolor version. I like the bluish version. They're both very good. From this distance, you definitely don't notice them being flat, which is why I probably should make a texture for it. I gotta wait for this to lerp. I gotta fix that. But yeah, I would definitely save on the poly count a little bit if I made an egg texture. So maybe I'll put that on the to-do list. Interestingly, I didn't account for the blue fading away. So like to me, like, oh yeah, the blue, it doesn't in Blender, it's fine. But the window color on that blue from the multicolor is pretty similar. I mean, they don't only go on windows, so it's like kind of okay, because like here we have it like on the columns or whatever you would call that, the support of the museum. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, I've been trying my best. Let me show you what the world looks like. Yeah, unfortunately, I've been working on this for like 7 years, but it's definitely better over time, so that's a good thing. Unfortunately, I'm showing you the world in the spring version, which the trees don't look that amazing in spring. They look actually pretty shitty. I could show you like the day-night cycle and stuff. Make it nice sunset, nice pretty clouds, nice sun over there, nice mountains. But yeah, the trees look a bit shit in spring. I gotta, it's mostly the leaf model that needs to be redone, and I used to have a different leaf model and then it stopped working. I don't know why. So I unfortunately can't show you the trees looking very pretty, and the villages don't look that pretty because I messed up the layouts. So if I just change, I guess I could. You know what? Just for fun. I mean, it'll take off the Easter stuff, but I want to show it during. Let's show it during the transition between summer and autumn. How about? Because that's a nice time of year. Different times of year look better in my game. Spring, unfortunately, which it is now, doesn't look so great. Winter, the ground and snow looks cool, but the trees still look shit. Summer looks pretty nice. Autumn looks pretty nice. This will be summer/autumn. Maybe I should have made it Halloween so I'd have my Halloween decorations in the village. Oh well. But the idea for the seasons is they actually update in real time, but I don't like spring, and that's what it is right now. I need a one day spring will look nice, but it's not today. So let's make sure the buildings no longer have Easter stuff on them. Obviously, my character still does, but it's because my character didn't take them off. I have control over that. But the village should be regular. It's not gonna have Halloween because we're still transitioning from summer to autumn right now in the what I set it to. I'm gonna wait for everything to load in. Unfortunately, I gotta take a look at what's causing it to have this giant lag in creation. But yeah, there's no longer Easter decorations on the building, so that's a good test with that. So yeah, if it were autumn, the grass would be quite orange or dead looking and colorful, but not in a bad way. And then since we're transitioning between summer and autumn, the trees are starting to turn, like the greener parts are more dull. They're not so saturated. They're turning a little bit brown and unsaturated. And then we have orangey and yellowy trees going along as well. Maybe I should have done full autumn. Maybe I should do Halloween to really show the trees. But already this looks way nicer than the spring trees, the nice full leaved trees. I probably shouldn't walk away from the village too far. I'll lose what I was working on. But it does look nice, doesn't it? We can kind of shittily catch some, once this goes, okay, catch some insects. I scared it off and it looks crappy over there, so don't do that. Okay, catch some bugs with our net. There we go. It was a little laggy and a little shitty, but that's okay. Back here, there we go. That one wasn't so shitty looking. Oh, is this a different village layout, or is that the same village? Am I losing my mind? I think it's the same one. I think. Whoops, I didn't mean to click. Do it a fire tower is not nearby. I played that mini game real quick. I'm probably gonna end the stream soon because I'm tired and I'm hungry and I have other stuff to do. So let me check my uptime real quick. 7 hours. I wish it was longer, but I gotta go eat something, and I have real work to do. So not game dev stuff, stuff that pays bills. So I gotta do that. And Life is Yours has to go shopping. So you go do that. Be careful out there with the whole pandemic situation. Wear a mask if you have one. Use some hand sanitizer. Please be careful. I don't want you to, get sick. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I really, really do appreciate it. And have a great day.